Driving me crazy just looking at it. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. Without you, driving me crazy just looking at it. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. Combing your hair with your hand gives me feelings I don't understand. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just you. You do this thing when I'm talking to you, like everything freezes and it's just you. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. It's driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live in a world without you. Give it to me like world without you. Just looking at it. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You do this thing when you're biting your lip. World without you. Driving me crazy just looking at it. Driving me crazy just looking at it. You know me better than I know myself. I don't wanna live without you.
Helps if I take the fucking mic off. Evening, everyone. Same mistakes, different days. There's still going to be a bit of clicking on here because of this bloody laptop. In 3 days' time, 4 days' time, hopefully, I am going to be home and back to my own bloody bed. Thank God for that. I've had enough of this place. I want to go home. Yeah. So, evening. Hope everyone's had a good Saturday. Whether you've been out at a drink, been out on a casual, barbecues, whatever. They're all going on at the moment. Nice and hot. At least I can breathe up this end, which is a big help. I mean, there's been a few things happening at Spurs at the moment. I don't think any of us particularly know what is in particular going on, but we've all got a rough idea of it and how we want to portray it. I think we all want to do it differently. Some hoping for certain parts, some hoping for other parts, but let's just hope this is true about this Aramco wanting to have a major part of Spurs. And from what I hear, whether it's fact or fiction on that part, possibly overtaking the long run and also getting stadium name to it and everything. Interesting news. A few other things going on as well with the club. Obviously, there's Bentancur, Basuma, Morgan Gibbs-White, Adam Wharton. There's actually a bit of news to talk about. So, what I'm going to do is say hello to... Do you know what? I'm going to do this a slightly different way. I'm going to bring on one of the guests quickly because he is sitting there. Dave, how you doing, mate?
I actually thought I had a couple more minutes there, Dan.
Mate,
yeah, I'm good, mate.
You look burnt.
Oh, I've been out in the English sun today. There's nothing hotter than the English sun.
On.
I had my sunglasses on, yeah, but...
Yeah, you did. It bloody looks it as well. Right, I need a quick favour off you quickly so we don't get this banging noise so much because it's quite hard to talk with. If you can stroll me down the side so I can say hello to a couple of people, because you can do that on here. I have not got a mouse and that clicking on here starts doing my head in big time.
Oh, well, the old comments.
Yeah. Just throw me down a couple of comments so I can say hello. Otherwise, all people are going to hear is that all the time.
So I've got to finally do my role as the co-host.
It can help.
It's only taken a year.
We got a couple of things we can go through tonight because there seems to be a bit going on at Spurs, doesn't there?
Right, the very first one. Don't know if I can post it.
Oh, right. Well, that one. Big up, Mark. How you doing, mate? Nice night for a sniff. Well, I suppose that depends what you want to sniff, but I usually use that for New Year's Eve. But
I haven't got hay fever. Catch you.
But either way, Mark, whatever gets you going, mate, on the night. Each to their own. And also with that, Tom, evening, Dan, and chat. Hope all is well. I hope all's well for you. Good as well. Bring on another guest on here. And also, I'll just call you G, mate. It's all Giant. That's the one. Evening, Dan, and chat. Evening to you too. And Rob, evening, Dan. Come on, you fucking Spurs. Yes, it is indeed. Big up to you. And also, Ryan, how we doing, fella? How's things? I hope everything's good for you. Evening, Dan, and chat. And do apologise for this clicking noise. It is really annoying, but it will be gone in 3 days, hopefully. And Rich, big up, Dan. Big up to you too. And also, Archer, as normal, always good to see you on here. Big up to you too. And Rich also saying, same old Levy with Morgan Gibbs-White deal, trying to be sneaky and opportunity and take an opportunity. Don't be fooled. No, I disagree with that one, mate. I don't think he's done anything wrong on this one. But I suppose only time will tell with that. And I just hope he hasn't, because otherwise that's my £100 bet down the toilet, basically. And so, with that, let's get to the point here, basically. Spurs, well, no, actually, let's say it first. Ben, how's your day been, mate? You all right?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you. How you been?
Oh, give or take. Different day in that aspect. So we're going to all see what happens and goes on with it.
Lovely.
So, we're getting possibly taken over by this Saudi Arabian company, Aramco, worth absolute trillions from what I read, with just their president on his own worth about $26 million, which if I work out right, just off the top of my head, that's about 18 million pounds at a random one, but close enough, I know. And they're meant to be coming in for us, putting in, let's just say, benefits, to put it nicely. And also looking at taking stadium rights and in the long run, possibly taking it over. So I'll come to you on that one, Ben. I mean, we can start on a long conversation here, basically.
Yeah, go for it.
What's your opinion on this? What do you think's going on with it? Now we've got the name of it and everything. We've had a chat about this already and that. But what do you actually think is going on here?
I mean, it's really difficult, really, because, I mean, in what terms do we speak about it? Because it's all really and truly hypothetical, isn't it? I mean, there's no hard evidence. But, I mean, look, so what we know is initially they're coming in for stadium rights. Am I right in thinking that, yeah? Right, okay, fine. From what I read, again, that's roughly around 300 million. Apparently, that's the figure that's rolling around. I mean, if they come in and do that, that's huge for the club. I mean, look, we don't know how much of that's going to be invested into the team, realistically, because I know that Levy's got a contract where he needs to build the hotels for one of the tournaments that's coming up, one of the international tournaments that's coming up. So again, I don't know how much is going to go into the club, the team itself. But I mean, so far, if this is true, he's smashing it, really, isn't he? Let's be honest. You know, the Gibbs-White thing, the Kudus thing, absolutely unbelievable. But what do I think? I think it could be a new era, mate, for Tottenham Hotspurs. And you know, this came out of nowhere because I have no idea what you think, but I wasn't expecting this at all. But if something comes of it, mate, good Lord, we could be up there challenging in a season or two. Let's just hope and pray that this is a real thing and it materialises.
How far do you think this really is going to go? Do you think it's just a bit of benefits they've given us, basically, a bit of instalments?
Yeah.
Or are they looking for stadium name and that? And the stadium name I can definitely believe, because that's been sitting on the market now for about 5 years, and there's meant to have been there's meant to be a couple basically looking for it as such, but there's never been quite enough money in there to intrigue Levy or whatever. Or maybe I have the feeling that Levy just didn't do it on purpose for what's the phrase for it? Basically, where you're getting your name out in the newspapers and everything. Basically, to get Spurs' name
publicity.
About and everything. Publicity, that's the one. To get the publicity about and everything. I mean, to go to America, get known in America with the events coming on over here where they do the NFL and everything else. Where are you playing? Oh, we're playing at the so-and-so stadium in London. Okay, cool. Whereas at the moment, we are the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. So where are you playing? Tottenham Hotspur Stadium in London. You know, that football team. For me, it gives more publicity for the club. Do you think he's been trying that one on the publicity side, or do you just think it's where he hasn't got the right offer yet, which intrigues him to accept it?
I mean, that's, again, it's guesstimation, really, isn't it?
Of course it is. It's always plus and maybes.
You would like to think a bit of both, maybe, you know, because as you say, the publicity thing, and to be fair, I must just say quickly on an off note, regarding growth of the club, he's done fantastically well. And the last thing I want to do is praise Daniel Levy, but listen, you know, due where due's, you know, credit due where it's due. At the end of the day, like, he's done really well with that. So maybe it's a bit of both, but I'm kind of sitting here thinking, you know, if he's been waiting this whole time, how long we had the stadium for now? 3 years, 4 years, 5 years?
It's got to be about 5 years now. We've got to be on the 5th season with it now.
Okay, well, fair enough.
It's not coming up for the 6th one. I'm trying to get it direct in the head at the moment after a couple of beers done now. But I'd say at least 5 years.
Well, I mean, if that is the case, I mean, it's really, really odd that we've not got naming rights. It's very, very strange. I mean, you know, it just goes to show how much money we've got that we didn't need it. Let's you know, mention that for a moment. But what's he trying to do? I really don't know, mate. It's such a difficult thing to sort of guess at, really, because, you know, if he is just trying to get the maximum money, which he will be because it's Daniel Levy, you know, he's brilliant when it comes to stuff like that. But yeah, mate, it's really difficult to even guess, Dan. I really don't know, mate, and I'm sorry, but that's my answer. I don't know what he's trying to do.
Because on that aspect, you can look on it on both sides. I mean, Dave, what do you reckon of this year? I mean, sooner or later, that stadium name is going to get sold, yeah? And most places would have sold them stadium rights double sharp, double quick, get the money in there. But we didn't seem to do it. Do you think it was Levy just ain't had the right offer, or Lewis, or whatever way you want to put it, but we'll put it as Levy, just doesn't have the right offer yet? Or do you think it might have something more to do with the publicity side? I know it's a bit of a skeptical one, I'm saying, but I mean, if you didn't hear what we said earlier, sort of like NFL coming over here from America, where you're playing, we're playing at White Hart Lane. Okay, where's that? London. Okay, cool. Where are you playing? We're playing at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium. Tottenham Hotspur Stadium? Yeah, London, you know, that football team. It gets the publicity of the name about a bit better. Do you think he's been doing that, or do you just think it's basically just down to the fact of he just hasn't had the right offer yet? Or can you think of another reason?
No, to be fair, me and you have been like we've been pushing that narrative, me and you, saying it's because he's trying to push the name of Tottenham Hotspur. That's why he hasn't put a naming company over the stadium. He wants to push the brand. Up until this point, I will go back to my conversation with you 3 days ago, where I said that the investment coming in isn't because of that new Vinay, whatever his name is, CEO. This has been in the pipeline a couple of years, and I think this is part of it. When I said that the people investing that has meant that we can now buy a couple of players for a decent amount of money, it's because they're getting something back in return. And the something they're getting back in return is the real estate around the stadium, and now the stadium naming rights. That's kind of the branding around it. Because let's face it, if they've got property, they'll make money, but they won't get their name out there. So this is like the cherry on top of that whole deal. And to be fair, Dan, it's taken 7 years. We keep talking about this new stadium. It's 7 years old. if you've got a relationship for 7 years, that's a long-term relationship where you might start thinking, I might need to upgrade here, you know. So
yeah, I'm lucky I don't do that. My one upgrades itself. So
no, I know if you're
yeah.
happy in life, right? But I'm just saying, like, there's got to come a point where we
This
stop
is the
saying
sixth season, isn't it?
this
This
new
is the sixth season at the stadium, isn't it?
it might be the 6th season, but the 7th year that it's been.
Yeah.
But that's what I mean. How long is it? We've got to keep going. This is a new stadium. How long does that last? Is it 10 years? Is it 15 years? How long? Because ultimately, we've been there a few years now. There's probably a few in the wall. If you're a proper fan, you'd have pissed up the urinals over the side, chucked your little whatever down there. You know, it's not new, is it? How long does new last? But going back to the stadium name rights, it's been 7 years since we moved in. So 7 years is a long time. It's not because no one wanted to put their money down and put their name on it. It's because there's been a plan. And I think Daniel Levy has had a plan. And like always, it takes longer than what we want. It takes longer than most clubs. But there's a reason behind it. And there's logic behind it. And this is coming to fruition now. That's why we're getting these signings over the line. And everyone's going, we brought a couple of big players. But actually, it's probably been his master plan for a good few years now. And I'm not saying it's right, by the way. I'm just saying I don't think it's unplanned. I think this has been the plan all along. He's been holding out. Finally got his people that he wants. I say people that he wants. The people willing to pay the money he wants. Yeah. He's finally got that and he's gone, right, boom. There's the naming rights for the stadium because you've purchased all this real estate around us. Give you that little cherry on top. Thank you very much.
Well, it comes across more than believable because one thing that I think a lot of us don't look at, and I do mean a hell of a lot of us, me included, whenever it comes to football, it's like when people go on about a project, and I can't stand that phrase, the bloody football project, whatever, and that. It's sort of like we want it to happen yesterday. Like you want the 5 quality players yesterday. You don't want to have to wait a month to get them in or 2 weeks, or you don't even really want to have to wait a day when you hear of it. When you hear of a good player that we're interested in, which was very rare, but when you heard of one, you wanted it to happen yesterday or latest today, basically. And I can agree with what you're saying. Maybe he has, and they're just, I mean, we always go back to Levy on it. I mean, he gets the blame for everything, so gets credit for the stuff as well, in my opinion. Maybe it has just been this long-term plan that's been going on for 3 or 4 years. Because to me, it doesn't seem like it's something that just you get the phone call for and is sorted over the next 6 months or whatever. You don't sort out at least from what I've heard, they put at least 300 million into the club, along with other people. Putting a little bit of money into the club as well, and probably Spurs putting 20 quid into it themselves, and that's probably been nice. And then also with the stadium rights and everything else that goes with it. I mean, that's not a 5-minute job, I understand that. But you wouldn't think that would take as long as we did it.
I mean, this is a lot of money that we're speaking about, mate. It's not like it's £10. Do you know what I mean? We were talking about millions and millions. And again, you know, with this whole investment coming in, from what we're seeing, you know, there is potential to be some sort of miniature takeover, you know, some ownership involved. So, I mean, you know, you say that, but in all fairness, when you are negotiating for things, you know, we're in the millions here. I can understand why it would take so long. Do you not think so?
I mean, I can understand it because business isn't a 5-minute thing. I mean, shares, all right, you can buy your shares and all of a sudden the next day you can sell the whole lot of them and make money on it. Not that it usually works that easy, but it's happened many a time. This one's a whole different story, isn't it? You're talking about a business where basically the other company is putting in £300 million into it and also wants to see a product and get something out of it. I mean, the other question I'll ask on this year, I mean, we've all got our stories on what happened last season. Someone go, mean, forget the manager, whatever else. But the point I'm making on here is, do you think we desperately needed that Champions League more than ever to sort of not get this rolling, but bring it on a bit more as such? Because this is where it's starting to make me think more of where Levy sort of didn't throw the season away, but said, we've got to get in that Champions League, come love nor money. I need that to progress, to portray the club, whatever else. Do you reckon that's got anything to do with anything?
Dave? Well, mate, on you.
Sorry, I was just agreeing with Daniel Field and tannin oil. I'm absolutely
you
burning
definitely
up.
look like you've had it. But what I'm saying is, do you reckon last season that where we've said that he might have actually put it down, like, I need that Champions League more than anything, knew he weren't going to get it in the league, and actually said it for the cup, and he needed that to help progress this? Not totally progress it, but to definitely have something to do with it. Because it's going to definitely look a lot better when they buy in, when we're also in the Champions League, with the sort of
well, listen,
we go for and that. It's just a.
I heard your arguments with a couple of well-known YouTubers on here a couple of weeks ago, and they weren't quite getting your argument down, but I understood what you meant by that. I'm not blowing smoke up your ass. I'll tell you if you're a prick. You know that. But you was on there that Levi, I've still got to call him Levi, it's Levy. But Levi shat the bed, when he saw us plummeting down the league. I agree with you that he told Ange to sit there and go, you know what, whatever happens, make sure we have a good run in that Europa League and try and win it, because that comes with Champions League football.
Not totally blow the league out. I don't think he expected 7 out of that, but make your priority that cup to win it.
Yeah, listen, if a player can only play one game in a week and we got 2 games in the week, make sure the game he plays is the Europa League, not the league. I know what you was trying to say, and you got boo-booed about that, and I thought that was quite unfair, because actually I thought you was bang on. We didn't have the biggest of squads. We had obviously injuries and that, and we put all of our eggs into one basket, and that was because they had a conversation. If we're not going to do well in the league, let's sit there and try our very best in the Europa League. And it's part of the reason I hate Ange, I hate Levy, I hate the players, because I think as soon as you cross that white line, even if it's a friendly against a bunch of school kids, you try and break their legs and win that game of football because you're representing Tottenham Hotspur. I don't care who you're playing or what competition it is, you're representing Tottenham Hotspur, and you should be crossing that white line and trying to win that game. But given a choice, we weren't going to win anything in the league. Let's try and win the Europa League because it gets us in the Champions League. And I guarantee you, Dan, as much as the trophy is an amazing thing for us fans, it wasn't the big conversation up at boardroom level. It was about getting into the Champions League and the extra up to 100 million or whatever it is financial bonus we'll get out of being in that Champions League. And they gone, oh, we'll get 100 million. Oh, and by the way, we also get a trophy. Oh, we get a trophy as well. Great. But the first fault was the money. So that's how I think you were bang on about the Ange Daniel Levy conversation, probably come January, February, just gone. What do you reckon for the season? Well, you're probably going to get the sack, Ange, but if you win with the Europa League, you get out of it with bonus. I come out of it with a bonus, and the players get to win a trophy. So let's put all our eggs in that basket. And it's obviously the conversation would have gone differently, but I'm just trying to summarise for obviously us on here now. But yeah,
hey,
Quick
question: Do you think? I do wonder if this is the case. Do you wonder if maybe part of this deal that's come in so quickly all of a sudden had to do with us getting Champions League football for maximum exposure? Do you think that could be a possibility?
What the sponsorship?
Yeah. Do you think that maybe Champions League was vital in that deal or no? Because again, if you're in a Champions League, it is the biggest competition in the world, isn't it? So I wonder if that had anything to do with it.
I reckon it was probably 95% done. There's an element, if we don't get the Champions League, they could have pulled the plug, or which was probably be more likely, given us less money than what they originally agreed. I don't think, given the level of money involved and how highly what's the word I'm looking? These guys are fucking experienced company men, and they're not talking on their own backs. They're representing companies, so they can't just sit there and go, "I don't fancy it now. I'm going to pull out." But I reckon there would have been a two-tiered approach. If you're League, it's this. If you're Champions League, it's this. So the Champions League makes this far more attractive, but we probably would have got sponsored even if we'd have got Europa League football. But the money for us would have been less. I still think the deal would have been there.
Yeah, I mean, and I think it's just, I mean, I haven't got the best way of portraying things in a lot of ways as such. But my idea was, I mean, I'm not saying in any way that he got told to just ignore the league or whatever. But I do honestly believe that this Champions League had a big part to an extent of what's going to happen. Because like what you said, or what could happen, or what has happened with the money coming into it at least, is the extra revenue that's coming in, but it's the extra publicity. You're now in the, second biggest event in the world. The only one that is bigger is the actual World Cup. Nearly bite my fucking tongue off when it comes to football and that, basically. And I think he did basically say, right, you focus on that. And obviously not try to win the bloody league games or whatever, but I just don't think he portrayed us ever finishing 17th. And then when it comes to the crunch, if you really think about it, we won a cup, we're in the Champions League, Ange walks out a hero to some people, and Levy almost walks out a hero to some people. Yeah. And then it also shuts a lot of protests up, a lot of this up, a lot of that up. It had a mass effect on it to win that Europa Cup, didn't it? Everything that came with it, it was a mass effect it had on it, I think. I mean, what do you two reckon?
Go on, Doug.
I was doing comment jobs there. You go first, Ben. Come on.
I've got damn repeat that for me, mate. If you can, I was doing the same thing as Dave.
Basically, well, focus on what you're doing then.
Yeah, sorry.
Otherwise, you bite your own. Otherwise, you bite your own tongue.
Sorry.
Basically,
you can't be doing the comments. I'm doing the comments. Sorry, you can't use that as an example.
Don't put this on me. No,
basically, that it had such a mass effect on it, the Champions League, with the dominoes effect and everything. Of we end up cup winners, Levy's a hero, Ange's a hero, the players a hero. Majority of fans are happy. Everything else, we finished 17th, okay, but pretty much majority of people was a pig in shit. Like most of us were. I just still wanted him gone. Others didn't, whatever. But pretty much everyone walked out a winner out of that, considering how piss poor the league was as such. I just don't think Levy realised how bad we would end up in that league. But I can totally understand that putting all the eggs in one basket to get that Champions League because of the mass effect, and also how much it might have to do with the excess money that came in on this as well. Now, I'm not saying no money would have come in, but like Dave said, I think it's also had that extra little domino effect on it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, of course it could have, but I mean, at the very same time, I mean, look, to be perfectly honest, I'm wondering if Levy had one of two faults.
Oh. Don't know what happened there.
Has he kicked himself out there?
I don't know. Maybe his internet did, or he pressed the wrong button. But yeah, basically, with what I said, you heard what I said to him, yeah? And I think you already said it yourself that it definitely had the dominoes effect on it. So what I'll ask on with that then, seeing as Ben will let himself back in now, where else do you reckon this can take us? Do you reckon this is going to go for a complete takeover over due time? Or do you reckon it's just bit by bit?
Jen, it won't happen overnight. There's too much. I mean, the Joe Lewis family side of things, this is what we touched on a couple of days ago, Dan, that Joe Lewis has obviously handed in his responsibilities over to someone else. He still owns it, but he's handed over the responsibility saying yes, no, decision-making to someone else on his behalf. So Daniel Levy's kind of gone from having sole control, even though he didn't own enough to have sole control. He's now gone from having sole say in what goes on to now having to sit there and go through almost a committee. So I think this is a start of a change. it will take many years for the complete change. And I think Daniel Levy will still have shares in our club going forward, but he's no longer the majority voice. I think for the next couple of years, he's still the majority face, but I think there's people behind the scenes now that have a bigger voice than has ever happened before in the last 20 odd years. And I think that could be a good thing for us because we've been crying out for change. And they always say, be careful what you wish for. It could also bring bad change. But I think Daniel Levy's had so long now to sit there and prove himself on the football front that any change should be warranted as good change, at least in the immediate future. But obviously be careful what you wish for as well. But I think this
ain't always green on the other side, is it? Is what some people say.
Exactly. But to answer your specific question, yes, I think this is a start of a change, but it will take time for that to be implemented. And just before I go, big up Coulson. Hey, we don't care about fat, skinny on this, but fuck Marinakis, a prick.
Yeah, well, I mean, I personally do agree that this is the beginning of the change as such, because, I mean, it's easy enough to go into a football club like Newcastle, who are significantly smaller than us worldwide, and price of place and revenue and everything. Hardcore fans, no two ways about it, but they are not as big around the world as we are. And to buy them, it was quite a simple amount of money compared to what you would have to pay for Spurs up front, which would be a possible of up to 4 billion basically, or maybe 3.2 billion, and you pay off the rest of the stadium or whatever. Yeah. So with that, I do reckon it's the start. By shares, years, and more money going into it is how the deal's going to be done. Like just a normal transfer, basically, of a player sort of thing. It's very rare that you see someone come in and just pay the money up front as such. It doesn't usually happen that often.
Yeah, and I guess this is where
for a house. Basically,
this
they're going
is
to buy
like,
it off in shares as such.
Yeah, that after sleep, his comment here is kind of asking that, Dan. And it's like, obviously, we can't actually answer the specifics about it. Did I say specifics about it? But it's kind of, that's where we're going with this, Dan, isn't it? Like, both of us agree that it's going to be little by little. The deal was probably signed a couple of years ago, and it started off very, very small where we didn't notice it, and it's just growing a little bit. So after sleep, I don't think I can answer that question specifically, but not specifically. But I reckon this has been going on a couple of years, but now they've got to the point where they can be public facing about it.
I mean,
you'll probably see things accelerating now.
The company that's in it, I mean, Aramco, as far as I know, they own a Formula One team out there. I can't remember what bloody one it is. I don't really watch Formula One.
Aston Martin, I think they got shares in.
I think that might be the one. And even though they're not a very good group out there, from what I don't know much about racing. It bores me these days.
Well, that's only because they hire the owner's son to race, and I'm sorry, but he can't race.
Fair enough. He ain't no Michael Schumacher sort of thing.
It is the biggest example of nepotism you'll ever see in the world of fucking just the world, not even sport, just the world. The bloke can barely
totally understand that.
I wouldn't trust Lance Stroll with a shopping trolley round Asda's. The bloke can't drive, but his dad owns the Formula One team.
So there you go. He might as well get his daughter doing it. She'll probably do a better job. So, I mean, the company itself is meant to be worth like trillions, basically. So, I mean, if they really wanted to, they could just walk in and do this off the back of their hand if they really wanted to. I mean, from what I've read on it, it's like over 2 trillion or something that the company is. I mean, there's something like, but from what I've read, don't hold me to it, they're meant to be bigger than Apple, basically. And that's a massive company.
But they make Joe Lewis and Daniel Levy look like peasants in the scale of things. But it's not going to happen overnight. I think they're having a little taste that if the relationship works well, they'll probably commit a bit longer term. If it doesn't work well, then they can pull their funding, and it doesn't affect us. It doesn't affect them too much. So it's like a little taste. They're basically going out on a first and second date, Dan, you know. Let's go out for a meal, see if we like each other, maybe go back for a cheeky finger. If that works, great. We'll progress to a third or fourth date. But If it doesn't, then we'll go, see you later. No harm done. I'm not meeting your parents.
Yeah, that's always the job that no one ever wanted to do, especially when you had a father there who's willing to take kneecaps off you. But that's a different story again. Yeah, so with that one, I can see this going through. In the long run, it does look like it, and if things roll into place, and they've obviously got a say in the matter as such, or the fact of that where it's their money coming into it, Daniel Levy and that might not be so bothered about things now because it's not actually Tottenham money that they're spending basically, and someone else's money. They're more than willing to slap 60 million on the table and pay off a Morgan Gibbs-White on the spot basically. So with that, it does make things understand a bit more, doesn't it? It does make things more understandable. So maybe in the long run, over the next 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, whatever, get more of that stadium paid off and everything and that. And yeah, I think this is the beginning of the start of the beginning, whatever way you can put it as such. I think this is the beginning of the new, what would some would say, era, or whatever word you want to use at Spurs. So I'm definitely
basically we got a new stepdad, and
yeah,
we're just
this
we've been introduced to him. We've been introduced to him. He's taken us out for a nice meal. We think he's all right. But in about a year or two, he's going to start telling us to go bed at a time that we didn't used to go to bed at, you know, and we're going to go, oh, he's not that nice after all. Or he could carry on taking us to a nice restaurant and things like that, giving us a new PlayStation at Christmas, that kind of thing. It is the change, the start of the change. But how quickly that happens, we can't answer, Dan. We'll wait and see. But it is the start of the change.
Yeah, it is just wait and see now, isn't it? Basically, because I don't see no one just coming in and sticking like just a random 300. I mean, there's been talks of 300, 350, 400. So I'll just keep it at 300, just sticking 300 million in because they want their name just put on the side of the stadium as such. If they want the whole stadium name or another one's going to come in for the name, whatever. There's so many ifs, buts, and maybes you can put with this. You just don't. You can just come up with a lot of things, but either way. So on the next bit I'll go to then. I mean, I've been reading about a bit and everything. We want players in. We've got money to spend at the moment, so it looks like, but we're also going to need players out to sort of make a bit of space. And obviously we want the big squad because we've got basically the league and cups and everything this year, Champions League and that. But to get some of those better players in, you're going to have to get some of them worse players out as such. And at the moment, I mean, Basuma is the one who looks like he's kicking up a bit of a stink at the moment. I mean, Richarlison's been doing it for basically over a season. He just doesn't want to go. He's going to be a nightmare to get out there. And Basuma as well has made it quite clear from what I've read that he ain't going nowhere. He don't want to go. I think it was Fenerbahce interested in him or someone in Turkey. I think it's Fenerbahce. And they're just... He doesn't really want to leave the club or come out of England, basically. And with that, you can get rid of a player. I mean, Basuma, I think, is a very good player. I mean, I've said this to people for ages. We played him totally the wrong way, and so did the other managers that had him in as well, because he is not a bloody defensive midfielder, and he's not a defensive style player. About 80% of the serious mistakes he made was all on a defensive problem, basically. And he's not defensive. When he plays good, he does actually play very good in midfield and to an extent can control a midfield. But I do think it is time to move on from him. The question is, can we push him out the club, basically, if he wants to stay? I mean, there's many things you can do. You can sit there and just say, well, you ain't going to play football next season. Simple as that. Or I'm not even going to pick you in the 25 squad as such. I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to do that. You're not going to train with the players. There's lots you can do on there, and as long as he gets paid at the end of the day, that's all that matters on his contract. Because I very much doubt on a player like him, a player of his lack of caliber, that he's going to have had on his contract, you will play me at least 15 times a season. But if he don't want to go nowhere, it's going to be quite hard to get him out of there. I mean, what do you think of that?
Hey, look, listen, with Basuma, and I do find it a little bit strange, right? So we've had, what? He's been with us for 2 managers, or is it 3 now? 3, okay, right. So every one of them, including a world-class Mr. Conte, has used him in the wrong way. So the way Dan and myself see it is Basuma is a box-to-box player, but predominantly he's quite good at going forward. And that's really, picking up the ball from deep and then driving. That's what he's really, really good at. So you would think he would be on the left or the right of a three-man midfield, wouldn't you? To get the best out of him as that box-to-box. But you are right. None of our managers have used him correctly. I just wonder why. Because these aren't stupid managers, especially Conte. He knows what he's doing.
It's the style of play. It's the style of play.
Yeah, I suppose that's. But but getting him out of the club, mate. I don't really know if you can. I mean, yeah, like you say, you could stick him. Not put him in a 25-man squad, but someone who's on those sorts of wages, someone who really does demand a little bit of respect around the footballing world because he's a good player. Well, right. So the way I look at Basuma, and I could be wrong here, I do think he's a good player, but I think he's lazy because yes, he's not a number 6. And I know he's been predominantly played there, but there has been times when he's been fantastic, mate, fantastic, and I put a lot of that down to effort. Again, I could be wrong; it's just an opinion, but I put Basuma's downfall down to a little bit of laziness, as well as being played out, well, not out of position, but not played in his best role. But getting rid of him, mate, I mean, there isn't really much of a chance. I mean, the thing is, he's pretty much got his pick of any club that comes in because he's got a year left on his contract. Realistically, what do you think he's worth? 15, 20 million?
I think we'd be lucky to see 15 million for him, basically, because
Really?
he hasn't got much to stand up to on, basically due to the lack of consistency. He has only got a year left. But I don't see many Premier League teams coming for him, and he's made it quite clear he'd rather stay at Spurs, but if worse comes to worse, that he would rather stay in the Premier League overall, sort of thing. And if no one in the Premier League comes for him and he decides not to go, I mean, the worst we can do is basically say, well, you ain't playing football next season, you ain't getting in the 25-man squad, and you ain't even allowed to train with the team, basically, because you can do that. But if he decides he still don't want to go anywhere, then we just have to hang on to him for another year. And I suppose that'll have to be that. There's only so much you can do to push a play out. And it also depends on, I mean, it is the World Cup year next year and everything. For some players, that would work because the next season is the World Cup, basically. So they would want to be playing consistently, whatever. But if we want to improve that team, we have got to be willing to see the back of certain players. And this is another thing which I do feel we have an issue at Spurs, is I think this club, a lot of supporters, obviously not everyone, are just too fucking sentimental. And I think some people just don't get the idea of business as such, because sport is a business to an extent, of being at the top, and it's a dog-eat-dog world. And the minute you're not good enough, you got to go, and that's what the top clubs do.
It's so right.
I do feel we do have the sentimental value at Spurs too much, but I can understand why for certain players. But if we want the better players in there, you get the better player in, the other one goes, or the other one, if he's good enough to still stay there, goes down to the subs bench, basically. Like what I think, depending what happens with Johnson, we basically, Kudus has got that place now, it's taken 55 million, thank you, come again, basically, to Johnson. Is Johnson going to get moved to the middle, or is he going to be the one that steps down to the subs bench and whatever else? But that is how you would expect it to work. But there's several players there that need to go. I.e., I think we need to get rid of one of the midfielders. I don't think it's going to be Bentancur. I mean, Thomas Frank's spoken quite highly of him and everything, and wants to up his and wants him to sign a new contract. So I think out of all of them, Basuma would probably be the one on the way out. And I must admit, I do not rate Papasar in any means or manner, except his work engine. But apart from that, I personally wouldn't mind selling him and getting someone better in there as well. So there's some excess baggage there that's got to go as well. I mean, you got Brian Gill, you got Richarlison. I mean, Basuma or Sarr, whatever one you feel fit to get rid of. Players that need to go out on loan, like Phillips. Is he going to have any say in it, or is he going to go out on loan, or are we going to sell him? And there's at least 8 or 9 you can go through.
Yeah, it's difficult. I mean, look, there's so much dead wood. Well, not necessarily dead wood. I just think there's a lot of talent, younger talent in the squad that definitely needs to maybe move on. I mean, because, when you say dead wood, you kind of think of players that are just fucking useless. And to be fair, I wouldn't say there's really many useless players in the Spurs team. Maybe not the best, but I wouldn't say useless. I wouldn't really. I don't know if I can class them as deadwood, but no. Look, the obvious ones really are like you say. I would say Solomon. I would say Gill.
Yes.
Richie really, really needs to move on. Bless him. Look, I appreciate his fire, but he just ain't it. Basuma needs to go. I mean, look, I could be wrong, but am I thinking right with Bentancur has got a year left on his contract as well?
Yeah, Bentancur has as well, and I think if he isn't willing to
Right.
sign a new contract, we're trying to get him out as well.
Well, that needs to be addressed like ASAP. But again, obviously, a lot of this is down to who we bring in, because we don't know if we're done yet on bringing people in. I mean, again, it's a lot of guesstimation work, isn't it, really? Because that 300 million, well, technically it's 420 million, because I'm hearing, obviously, you've got Enoch putting in 120, and then the 300 from the naming rights. Again, how much goes into the team, I don't know. But yeah, we don't know how far we've gone with our spending. I mean, Morgan Gibbs-White, I saw one of the guys put in chat a minute ago. Is there anything on Morgan Gibbs-White? That will happen.
What I said to you yesterday, I've still got my 100% on that happens.
Yeah, no, and that's just fair. But yeah,
I mean, go on. Sorry,
I was just going to say, look, I still think there's plenty more to come in, but we're doing something. Well, I'd like to think we're doing something we've never done before. We are bringing them in before we ship players out. Now, I've noticed Man City do that, Arsenal do that, Chelsea do that. They'll bring players in and then they'll shift out. So I'm hoping we've sort of turned a corner there, for instance, because it'd be nice to see, Morgan Gibbs-White definitely over the line and sort of announced. Maybe a number 6, maybe even another winger. Who knows?
No, he's not a 6. He's an 8. For me, he's an 8, and you can play him as a 10.
No. I was saying Morgan Gibbs-White and a winger.
Oh, my mistake. I misunderstood.
No,
you. Sorry.
No, it's mate. I mumble, mate. Don't even worry about it. It's me. So yeah, if we do start bringing a few more players, we're definitely gonna have to start shifting people out. But I do wonder if people in the club are waiting to see what happens in order to move on certain people, because I mean, you certainly wouldn't want to sort of bloat the squad and then not be able to shift people out. You know what I mean?
We do have a lot of excess baggage.
We do. We absolutely do. So I mean, it's just a case of maybe to be real and true with you, mate. It's a case of waiting and seeing for the next week or two, isn't it? Really, we just have to see what happens. But yeah, as for getting people out, it will need to happen. It'll need to happen fairly quickly.
I mean, Dave, what do you think on that, mate? Like with who we need to get out, money we can get for it, and whatever else. And is it going to have that much effect on players that we bring in as such? Because Basuma's just saying he don't want to leave, from what I've read anyway.
I think Ben touched on it. It's good that we're actually getting the players in for once and then worrying about who we need to get out afterwards. But that I don't rate a lot of the people in this squad. The vast squad can fuck off out of this. I'm concerned. I don't care as long as Van der Ven, because most of them can be up. If I want my club to win the league consistently.
Yeah, I think you've just gone on mute, or it's just done. Yeah.
No,
I mean, StreamYard. I mean, Dave.
Sorry, did I accidentally hit new? How much of that?
No, it's lagging.
No, you're lagging big time.
No, I think.
No, you're lagging. Jump out and jump back in.
Right.
Yeah, jump out and jump back in, mate. It's lagging you off big time. StreamYard's been a bit of a nightmare at the moment with quite a few people. I've noticed it on a couple of shows with the lagging and everything else on it. So jump out quickly, jump back in, and it should hopefully half fix it.
I do apologise for mine, by the way. The fucking dog pulled the cable out. I'm so, really worst possible time.
Yeah, I think the lagging stopped there, Dave. Go on, go with what you were saying, Dave, with the players and that.
No, I'll get rid of most of them. So I don't care who goes. I have no sentiment to any of them, apart from Mickey Van der Ven. He's the only one that I actually genuinely like as a person, a player, or whatever. And I think he's got the minerals to be a great player for us. So I don't care who goes. I really don't care who goes because we haven't got a Harry Kane in our squad. Sonny's probably the only one that is like that, but even he's coming to the end of his tenure. So if we get rid of players, I don't care as long as we get him better. So the whole squad, for me, 95% of them are up for sale. Prove yourself. We're getting better players in. Yeah.
So Solanke,
get rid of him.
Romero,
Average.
Vicario,
Romero, overrated. People call him world class. He's not world class. He won the World Cup. He won the World Cup with Argentina, and they lost to Saudi Arabia in that competition. They only got through because they got like Lionel Messi. I don't know. He's a decent player.
All right, let's do this. I haven't had an argument on here yet. Let's do it. Romero, 3 finals.
Not world class.
3 wins. 3 finals, 3 wins, 3 man of the matches.
Yeah.
Tell me
for me, world class, you have to play well for 90% of the games you play. So you play as a world class player 60 to 70 games a season if you're world class. I'm assuming it's a World Cup or a Euros season as well. So club and country, you're playing 60 to 70 games. So if you're world class, you're playing well for probably 50 to 60 of those games. Romero plays well for probably 30 of those games. And those 30 are probably the ones on telly, the ones that probably mean more, as we saw to ourselves. Thank you very much for playing well in the Europa League final. But he's a player that switches off when it's an away day in the league, Tuesday night against a team that's 16th in the league. That is not world class. World class players are like Roy Keane in their head. Don't matter who you're playing, you're representing your club and you go out there and do your best. Romero's not that. That's why he's not world class. He's got world class abilities, but he's not a world class player.
It's very hard to argue. Yeah. Look, yeah,
I love Romero, by the way. I think he's someone that I enjoy watching.
Yeah.
But he's also the most frustrating player because he sits there and has a couple of games where he goes, I can't be bothered today.
But the thing is, Dave, right, the way I look at it is he's only been like that for the last 2 years on and off. Before that, it was a worrier. I wonder, and I've said this to Dan before, I wonder if it is, I don't know if I'm just making excuses. I wonder if it's a lot of frustration at the club because a lack of ambition has been shown over the last few years. Like, I suppose if you are truly, truly world class, that shouldn't matter. You do your all at all times, right?
You've just answered that for me, yeah.
Yeah.
Listen,
he's a winner.
Basically answered the question for him.
Look at the Roy Keane example. Roy Keane won't care what goes on around him. Roy Keane would step on that pitch and play to the best of his ability because that's his job. That's
why I loved him as a player.
Right. But he would do his best every week. Whereas Romero, he will sit there and go, right, cameras are on me today. I'll try well. Cameras are not on me today. I won't try well. That's not a world-class mentality. But he's got world-class abilities. If you're telling me as a defender, can he be world-class? I'd say yes, 100%. His reading of the play is probably up there with the top 5 defenders in the world. But he doesn't do it enough. And he doesn't have the mentality to sit there and go, you know what, I'm a centre-back. I shouldn't be getting sent off. I shouldn't be sitting there getting booked every game. I'm going to sit there and fucking do my job for my team every day. And he doesn't do that. And that's, for me, why he's not world-class. But I love him, believe it or not. But don't call him world-class. I won't have that. He's not.
Well, you're gonna have to, mate, all right? Because at the end of the day, look, again, what you're saying does make sense. I've got to take it on board 100%. There is a consistency issue there. But you are talking about a winner here. And that's what world-class players do. When it matters, they really, truly show up. I understand they've got to be consistent to a level. Again, I do worry if there's other club issues there that have maybe thrown him off his game a little bit. I don't know. But all I do know is here is a man that's played 3 finals, 3 wins, and 3 man of the matches. That's got to count for something. I mean, Romero on his day, I know you like him on his day. For me,
was he man of the match in the World Cup final?
Yes, he was.
Because when Kolo Muani went through in the last minute and had to rely on Martinez to save it, I didn't see I didn't see Romero tracking back there as he left the defender go. I know it was on the opposite side, but as a right-handed sided centre-back, you cover your left-handed side centre-back when the ball goes over the top over there. And he didn't.
Everybody makes mistakes.
Yeah, but that was the last minute of the World Cup final. And I'm sorry, if you're world class, you're switched on in those moments. And I agree with you that he's got so many world class abilities. But to be world class, now me and Dan had this conversation with many, many people. Are we talking world class is that you're quality enough to play for a world class team? But there's a level above that's called elite. And that's where Lionel Messi exists, right? That's the top.
Yeah, but they're what I call freaks. Because you ain't going to get nothing like that.
So if your definition is world class, that you can play for the best teams in the world, then yeah, you are world class by definition. But then so's Dragisin, because he's playing for one of the best teams in the world by default, because he's playing for Tottenham. He's one of the best players in the world. That's world class, right? But no, we're talking world class being the elite level, the best 5 defenders, the best 5 goalkeepers, the best 5 strikers in the world. Romero's not in the top 5 defenders in the world. That's why I don't think he's world class. But I think he's brilliant, but he's not consistent enough to be in that top 5.
That's difficult for me because I think on his day, he's top 3.
You know what? The thing I'll say here, and I mean, I think this is just where people I think this is just where a lot of people use different phrases. It's like when someone tells me a player is quality, what I call quality and someone else calls quality might be different standards. What I call quality might be significantly higher than someone else who I would just rate that the player's been good. I mean, for me, world class, and I do agree on his day, and he's frustrating with Romero. He is a world class centre back, but he don't have enough days. He has too many days off. I mean, even forget the injuries, for instance. This is why I say he is not world class, but on his moment, he's quality. He's world class. But if you are world class, you stand out as world class for at least 8 out of those 10 games. We all have an off game, yeah? But even on your off game, you go down to an 8, not a fucking 4 or a 2. And at times, I think he's looked shocking on that pitch. At times, because of his mentality or not being with it, he actually cost us like 3 or 4 of the first 10 games. And this is why I just can't call him world class. Because for me, world class, you need consistency as well. And I'm also one to say, and I've had this argument out with a few people, but I think it also comes down to the way you play football. Now, I think most people understand the way I play football. I'll be a lot more pragmatic, more an Italian style. I start from the back with my goalkeeper, build my defence, then build my way up from there. I would have Milinkovic over him all day long, every day of the week. Why? Because he can head the ball solid. He can tackle just as good, maybe not as quick. He's a lot more cool, calm, calculated. No, he's not as good on the ball. He's not as good pressing forward. But then I wouldn't necessarily be looking for a ball-playing defender. I'd be looking for more of a no-nonsense centre-back as such. Again, it's just people's different styles. And I think if you put Milinkovic next to each other and Romero next to each other, put them at a top club. We ain't a top club. Technically, we're in, but we are not. But go put them both at a top club. I believe that Milinkovic, by the end of the season, if you add up the points of 0 to 10 out of every games, and they played 38 games, Milinkovic will have a better season than Romero. Why? Because Romero, you'll see a 10, an 8, and then you'll see a 5, a 3, a 2, and then you'll see an 8, a 9, a 5, a 10, and it's just so erratic and inconsistent. Whereas Milinkovic, you'll see the odd 9 here or there, but you won't go lower than a 7. And it'll be consistent through the whole season. And I think the points tallies would add up higher than Romero, where it'd be so up and down. So that's the sort of player I want. You need consistency in that team. But
so you boys are basing it on purely consistency, yeah? Not
purely consistency, but it's a big part of it. I think a majority of players can look world-class on their day. I think anyone can have a special game where they stand out and look the dog's bollocks. But for a lot of players, that ain't happening again for a long time. Consistency is a big part of it. And Romero is just too up and down to be world-class for me.
Yeah. But for a defender, and bearing in mind, I'm a centre-back myself. I know I played in goal as well, but centre back is kind of where I've played most of my adult time, and I still play in the Vets League, by the way. So I still get me boots out every now and again. But as a centre back, you
What's
kind
that,
of got
Vets?
a couple.
Did you say a Vets League?
Vets team, yeah, I'm 40 this year, Daniel.
Oh, right. I thought you meant vets as in like a vet sort of thing. I was like, oh,
yeah,
right.
I play with people to fix animals.
That's what I thought you said. Maybe get your little prick in your ass or whatever and that. But whatever turns you on at the end of the day, mate.
But as a centre half, your kind of job is obviously it's to clear the ball and stop the attackers from scoring. But you rate your game on how little mistakes you make. But also, and this is, I think it was Jamie Carragher, and I don't like agreeing with this angry little scouse twat, but this he was bang on. You rate as a world-class defender by how well he makes the other defenders around him play. That's why Virgil van Dijk's such a great defender. And I don't like Virgil van Dijk as a person, but as a defender, I cannot fault him one bit. Because if he's playing, the other defenders around him defend better. Christian Romero, when he plays, the other defenders around him go, fuck, I've got to cover Romero because he might make a mistake. That's
when it comes off, it looks great.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He does things you think, oh, when it comes off, it's amazing. And I love him about it because it's a free spirit. Because football these days is very robotic. Like football is awful.
But you don't want your defender to be.
I don't want to go on a rant.
You want your winger to have.
I love
go on
fire.
A rant about it.
I love it. I'm sorry.
Football
I love
fire these days. The centre backs and the goalkeepers touch the ball more than any other player on a pitch these days. They are the worst footballers on the pitch. The defenders, centre back, and the goalkeeper touch the ball more than any of the quality players on the pitch. What an awful world we live in. Fuck you, Pep Guardiola, you overrated piece of shit. You have ruined football, and you're not even that good a manager. Fuck me, you had Messi, fucking Busquets, Xavi, Iniesta as your midfield. You won the league. Fucking bravo. You went to Bayern Munich. What, the only team in Germany that can win the league other than the odd Borussia Dortmund and Leverkusen rare season, you won the league. And even then, you fucking didn't do a great job of it. They kicked you out. You go to City. You don't win in your first couple of seasons. You buy not one, not two, four fullbacks because you go, oh, I need fullbacks, and you go 50 mil, 50 mil, 50 mil, 50 mil. Oh, by the way, I also needed another goalkeeper, even though I spent 30 odd mil on that one. I just thought, I need another one in there. Oh, we've won the league. Oh, how good am I? How good am I? Fucking well done. By the way, Mancini won the league with this team that hadn't won the league in years, a couple of years before you. Yeah. And you needed to spend all of that money to do the same thing that he'd done with people like Mario Balotelli playing against people like Joey Barton.
Dave, hush, well, we shouldn't speak like this, mate. We're going to get in a lot of trouble.
Well done, Pep. I don't even know why I've gone
again,
off on a Pep,
for me,
man.
it's each to their own.
Pep Guardiola.
Scott M, Pep not that good. I think Dave's gone OTT on him, but again,
no, bollocks, he's right. Everything you said.
Hang on. But only the best manager of all time? Bollocks. No.
Oh, wait.
Jose Mourinho has been a better manager than him. Jose Mourinho has managed in harder situations than Pep has, in my opinion. He's an elite manager. He's done it everywhere. Jose Mourinho, what he done with that Inter team, Pep ain't pulling that off, in my opinion. Pep is a quality manager. He's a world-class manager, and he's done his shit. I totally agree. Up there with the best. But I would personally say Jose Mourinho is a better manager overall. Because if you look at what he's had to work with, he's been at the best and done it with the best. But he's also managed to do it at places like Porto.
Yep.
You know, what he pulled off with Inter Milan that season, where he pulled the treble off, a lot of people would have said that's impossible. So I will agree that I don't think Pep is the best manager of all time.
No.
But again, I get that people will see it from different sides. But go on, Ben, it looks like you got an opinion with this one as well. Since we're just talking about things in general, before we get to other points. Pep, go on, you're sticking up for Dave. Go on.
Come on, Dave-o. Listen, everything Dave said is completely true. I would love to see, you can call Pep a world-class manager when he's gone to a team that isn't already world-class. You don't go from, you know, Barca, Munich, Man City, these teams are already on top. They have some of the world's best players in. You know, don't get me wrong. I know it's difficult to manage these huge egos. I understand that much. So, of course, he's a fantastic manager. But show me something other than a world-class team that you're successful with. Like you said a minute ago, Porto with Mourinho. That's a big ask. You know,
a Europa and then a Champions League.
that's crazy. And another thing, that man, if
Doing
I'm
the
not
treble
mistaken,
with Inter Milan when they definitely weren't the richest one out there.
No,
and
they
they
weren't.
didn't quite have the best team either. They had a very good team, don't get me wrong, but he pulled the treble off with them.
no, I fully agree. No, look, listen, Pep is a great manager. We're not idiots, by the way, chat. We're not, well, I might be, but we're not idiots. But Pep, for the praise he gets, has gone to world-class teams and won. And not won consistently either. There has been seasons that haven't been great for him throughout his tenure at all three clubs. So, you know, last season, for instance, was for him, all right, admittedly, obviously, they were still high up, but by their standards, they were fucking shocking. And he could not get a tune out of them. So, yeah, I absolutely agree with Dave. He's not as great as everyone makes out because he's never done it anywhere else other than a world-class, top club. Show me something different. Go to a top match.
I also want to jump in with you there, Ben.
Yeah.
Like, this honest truth comment really grates me because I totally disregard anything this person ever says about football because he's an absolute moron. And I don't like calling people that comment on the chat morons, but it's an absolute moron.
Right.
Pep is the most influential manager of the modern football era. This is a guy. Pep Guardiola decided to go in against Chelsea in a Champions League final and go, I'm not going to play Rodri, the world's best player in terms of a holding midfielder, who's the anchor to my entire formation, because I want to be clever. I don't want to go into that final and play the thing or the system that has got me there, got me so much success because I want the plaudits. I don't just want my team to win. I want to have the plaudits for being brilliant. So I'm going to sit there and be clever and take defensive midfielders out of my team and try and be clever and beat them. They got stuck by Chelsea. Now we've got put with Chelsea mugs. Chelsea, by the way, are the worst football club to ever exist. They've now won another Champions League. And we've got to part with that because Pep Guardiola thinks a defensive midfielder is not needed in the Champions League final. The bloke is an absolute arrogant piece of crap. And I think he's done wonders of football, but I think he's an 8 out of 10 manager. I don't think he's a 9 out of 10. I don't think he's a 10 out of 10. So when I'm criticising him, I'm not saying he's crap. What I'm saying is he's an 8 out of 10. He's nowhere near as good as what people say he is. He's lost so many finals because he's changed it because of his own ego. His tactics are brilliant most of the time, and he gets him to finals. There's 3 different finals that the Champions League is one example. There's 3 different finals. I can give examples.
He did screw that one up with Chelsea. He screwed that up.
Keep this one for a second.
He's changed his whole system because he wants the credit. A manager doesn't want there. A manager wants to be there and let his players take the credit. That's what a real manager does. It's 100%. The players that won me the trophy. Pep wants to be there. That's why he's at the Oasis gig in his Man City top now. He's from fucking Catalonia in Spain. What's he fucking know about fucking Oasis and the mid-90s fucking... Oh, my days. Honestly, I love Pep because I think he is brilliant. But
yeah, 100%.
So.
Are we all in agreement here that Pep could not lace Ferguson's boots, right? There are levels to it.
Look, I'm going to take it back to Spurs in a minute, but the thing, I mean, for me, it's going to be opinion, but for me, Jose has been one of the best managers of all time. Because I rate it when people could go to different clubs. The only issue I have with Ferguson, what he did with Man U was a nigh on miracle. You will never see that again. Yeah? But I have more respect for a manager when he then goes to other countries and does it, or other clubs and does it.
Likewise. Yep.
And Ferguson's, he built Man U and then stayed at Man U when it was the best time to be with Man U because they were the best they could dip in and get what they want. What he's done is you can't fault him for it. He's one of the all-time elite managers. But again, I'll rate Jose Mourinho over Ferguson for the fact of He's practically done it everywhere we went.
Okay,
Angelotti,
right.
hang on, Angelotti, 5 countries, 5 titles, and he's also won other things as well.
Yep.
But again, this is just where I think people see things different on what impress certain people and what impress don't. Some like blonde hair, blue eyes, some don't. Some like black hair, brown eyes. It's whatever turns you on at the end of the day. But Ferguson, for me, the reason I don't rate him as the number 1 is because he only did it. Okay, he did it at Aberdeen. Well done. Fair play.
What do you mean only done it at Aberdeen? I was about to pull Queen Ellie about this because I've left
No,
her
he done
comment
it.
on
Me
there.
too. Let me go first.
Go on, you go first.
Right, here we go.
because
Right, Ellie.
this infuriates me, this
Right,
comment.
okay.
And I love you, Ellie, by the way.
Yeah, 100%. Lots of love to her. Right. So just quickly, Ferguson was at Man United for 20 plus years, right? Do you have any idea how hard it is to reinvent a team for 20 plus years to remain dominant every single year, Nyon? Like, yeah, there's multiple managers. Look, for instance, Klopp. Klopp always had a problem with reinventing his teams. They always ended up fucking dropping down a little bit. It happened at Borussia Dortmund as well. Ferguson, for me, has to be the absolute all-time great. And the only reason why I say that is because, I mean, look, for instance, my example. Ferguson won the title with a dog shit team. If you look at their last title-winning team, it was shocking. Like, Anderson was a mainstay. Nani was Nani was never that great. The very next season, after he left, I think they finished 7th or 8th with the exact same squad as the title-winning team. So if that doesn't tell you how good Ferguson is, I don't know what will. But it is not impossible.
I'm not disputing that he wasn't quality. Again, it's just personal opinion. I just personally seem to have more respect for a player and also a manager when they've been here, there, and everywhere and done it. Okay, done it at Aberdeen, brilliant. Yeah, and I say only. I said that wrong.
He's chomping.
I said that wrong. Yeah, Aberdeen, what he done there was nigh on a miracle. No two ways about it. But then Man U, the way he built them up, the way he kept it going consistently, it was brilliant. I'm not saying he was not an elite manager, but I rate certain managers that bit higher because I saw him go to several different clubs or a couple of different leagues and do it. He built Man U, but he also stayed at Man U when they were probably one of the best teams in the world. The biggest club in the world, they still are, or them or Real Madrid. But he was there when he could literally just walk into anyone like Tottenham and say, Berbatov, Carrick, when he could even walk over to Arsenal and say, Van Persie, thank you. And okay, he's got to have the skill and everything to keep that going. And Alex Ferguson was not a good coach. He was an excellent manager. The reason I state that is because I've read both his autobiographies, and in both his autobiographies, he blatantly states, I ain't a good coach. That's why I always got the best coaches to work for me. But as a manager, he's an elite. But there's just a couple more that I rate higher, basically. And I suppose it's each their own. You can say the same about players. If we wanted to talk about players, and I won't go into that because otherwise we'll never shut up on it, I can probably name several world-class players, or what you would say quality players, let's say quality, and then you could name several, and so could Dave, and you can compare them, and then you can argue it all night long until you start bringing out stats or what stats mean to you or whatever else. It's like I have the opinion these days that I don't think there's many players on this planet right now that if you took it back 20, 25 years would get called world-class.
Yep.
Because back 20, 25 years, you look at just what was in that Italian league, let alone other leagues and that. I think most of the players people call world-class now don't even lace the boots of Figo or Ronaldinho or Baggio or Batistuta. But the list can go on and on and on. Yeah, it's just one of them things. And I do agree with Dave in the way I personally think football has deteriorated. But whatever turns it on. So right,
it's a game played by athletes now, not by footballers.
I agree.
I'm glad you
and they put that down to Pep, by the way.
I'm glad you touched on the Aberdeen because I thought that's where Ben was going, and he just went on the Man U thing, and that's absolutely fine. But to sit there and go belittling the Aberdeen thing, they beat Real Madrid, Aberdeen, and Aberdeen are the last Scottish team to win the league since Rangers and Celtic. And you may say the Scottish League is a little league. Today, it is. 15, 20 years ago, it wasn't. They were signing Paul Gascoigne, Michael Laudrup, the De Boer brothers.
You had some quality players there.
The league attracted people the same way the Premier League did.
No, I wouldn't go that far.
No, neither do I. Sorry, Dave.
During the 90s, they had the same money the Premier League did. That's why you had good players down there. But Aberdeen in the 80s...
And two good teams in an entire league.
There's no good teams so played for Rangers, by the way.
Yeah, in the 90s. But in the 80s was the last time that was broken up. So we're talking 40 years since Rangers or Celtic didn't win the league or even come top two. I know, I think Hearts briefly came second, particularly when the Rangers liquidation thing happened. But you're talking about Sir Alex Ferguson that took Aberdeen to the best team in Scotland over Rangers and Celtic. That's arguably a bigger achievement than what Pep's ever done in his life. And then he's gone on to Man United and built 3-4 generational squads. Not just
that.
One. Yeah.
I used the wrong phrase with him, Dave. When I said
no,
I used the wrong phrase and put my hands up to it. I mean, that is a miracle.
Yeah, but the Aberdeen thing as well is...
That's what I'm on about with Aberdeen.
It's the same as Mourinho. He took Porto. People think, they won the Champions League. Yeah, they won the Champions League, but they also won the UEFA Cup the year before. He built that team up, and that's what got him his move to Chelsea and turned them into them bloody egomaniacs that they are now, sadly. But he done an amazing job with it. He's proven at many clubs that he can do that, build a club. Alex Ferguson done that. Pep's not done that. Don't forget, even Mourinho went to Real Madrid, and this was at the height of the fucking Barcelona train. It took him a couple of years, but he gradually built his team, beat his team, and then gradually won the league. I'm sorry, Pep's never had a hard job. That's the only reason I call him world class. I still think he's an 8 out of 10 manager. I rate him very, very, very highly. But people call him one of the best managers of the history of the game. I'm sorry, this bloke isn't qualified to tie Brian Clough's shoes. Okay, he's nowhere near the top 5 of managers that have ever graced the game of football. Do some research of the game of football, because football is longer than the last 10, 15 years. Pep Guardiola is a great manager. He's not one of the world's greatest. Mix the box office. If you don't know, get to know.
Yeah, get to know.
I mean, it's each their own at the end of the day. Dave, I think you owe the fella an apology. You shouldn't have called him a moron. That's uncalled for. I think you owe the fella an apology.
I want to see this. Go on then, Dave.
I'm not going to owe an apology until I roll back to his chat.
No. You don't say that, yeah? All he did was give an opinion. So I think you owe the fella an apology. Come on, be fair.
When I find the chat I called him a moron for, if I go back to it and I think actually that was out of order, I will apologise. But if I go back to that chat and I think he was a moron, I'll call him a moron again.
Dave, it's uncalled for, yeah?
Is Dave getting told off right now?
Yeah, you don't have to do that because he had a different opinion. That's my opinion on that. Right, with the next one we're looking at, yeah, we will... Because otherwise we talk about players all night long and all day long and everything and that, yeah? I mean, we're meant to be looking at Wharton and Palhinha.
Yes.
What out of them two do you reckon we should go for? Do you reckon we got a chance of getting either of them? Or are we going over the...
By the way, before you move on, I found a comment, and this is what I called him a moron for. I think moron was probably a bit over the board, so I will apologise for being slightly over the board. I wish there was a word that was slightly less than moron, but at the time, I found moron the most appropriate word for this comment. Pep is the most influential manager of the modern football era.
That's just not true, is it?
I will rephrase. I will rephrase it.
You've said sorry because at the end of the day, hang on. Let me make just a point.
No, I know.
Dave,
that's what I'm going to rephrase.
Same as I make to others on here. Yeah, if someone's just got a different opinion, even if you think it's a bit fruity, it's a different opinion. So for me, it works on both sides on there. I've had to have a bollocking myself before where I've said something and we all slip up with it and that. You've said sorry to the fella. That's all that matters at the end of the day, and that's that. It was just different opinions. But go on, finish what you're saying, mate.
let me rephrase it. Honest truth, you are not a moron, and I apologise for calling you a moron. That statement is moronic. That's what I meant.
Better way to put it. But right, with what I said, with Morgan Gibbs-White for me, it's just in the bloody waiting as far as I'm concerned. Adam Wharton or Palhinha. If we go for one or the other, what one do we go for? What one do you think makes more sense in this team? Because I think we're going to be playing a 4-3-3. I think. But people keep saying we definitely need that DM player who can control that game, who can just do the dirty work, basically. What one do we go for? Because one of them's going to cost about 85, one of them's going to cost about 30.
Can I go against the grain a little bit here? This is probably not what people will agree with. Right, so Adam Wharton is obviously a fantastic little player. He's really, really great. And he's going to be, he's going to grow up to be an even better player. Right now, is that really what we need? Like, our squad is screaming out for a bit of experience. And I know, Palhinha is 28, 29, something along them lines. I don't know. I know he's around that age, obviously. Look, I think for the price difference, because you're probably looking at 30, maybe 40 million for Palhinha, you are bringing a plethora of experience. He's great in the position that we particularly need him for. What's up? Yeah, he's fantastic for our current situation. So I am going to go against the grain, and I'm going to say I think as of right now, you'd be better off buying someone like Palhinha. That's it. That's what I got.
And that is personally who I'd be looking at, because we definitely need that experience in there as well, not just young players with the potential or who are doing well. I think we definitely need that experience in there. And I think Adam Wharton has been brilliant, but still needs a bit more time on him. And I don't think he's quite that man who can totally boss that midfield yet. I'm not saying he won't be in due time, but I don't think he's quite that man yet. And plus, if we go and get someone like Palhinha, then we've still got excess money we can say we can spend as such. So I'm with you on that one. If we do go for him, do you think it might be smarter to try and get him on loan?
No, I would probably buy him outright just so he feels settled and we get the best out of him. Do you think that's fair, or do you think that's just nonsense? Because I think if you buy a player, I think, because a loan is great, obviously, but if you buy a player, that club is really putting faith into you. And I believe it'd help him settle quicker, because right now, he's not playing a great deal of football, is he? He's playing, obviously, but not as much as perhaps he should be. I think maybe just, buy him outright. Let him know that we're putting faith into him. And hopefully he'd hit the ground running and really sort of look after that back line for us. Yeah.
He's got Premier League experience and everything as well. I think he's significantly cheaper. Is there a bit of a gamble with it? I don't really think so. But then the way we seem to be doing whatever project or whatever we are doing as such, whatever way you want to look at it, he just doesn't sort of fix into the sort of players we look at the moment, does he?
No. Yeah, well, 100%. You can't bring in another. What is he, 21 years of age, I think?
Wharton is, I think he's 21 coming on 22, and I think Palhinha is 29, if I remember right, give or take.
Wharton's had one or two decent seasons. I don't think that is enough to warrant £85 million. That's for me, it's crazy. Again, obviously, I like the player. I think he's brilliant, but at least with Palhinha, like you said, you are getting those years of Premier League experience. We know what he can bring to the club. We know he's not just going to fall off. You know what you're getting. And again, I know this doesn't matter because it ain't our fucking money, but he would be a lot cheaper. And I just think, for the price that you're paying, you are really buying that experience that this young squad so desperately needs. I don't know what Dave thinks about it.
Dave, Wharton or Palhinha, what one do you think we need more? You're frozen there again.
What a lovely smile.
Do you hear what he said, Ben?
Oh, no. Yeah, I can hear him.
Okay, it might be me.
Oh, there you go. You're back.
Yeah, you keep lagging. Your internet's going funny again, for God's sake. Wharton or Palhinha? What one do you think is the better option? Or do we go for Lewis? Or do we go for one of them on loan? We can't get Wharton on loan, but do we go for Palhinha on loan or whatever? Or do we go and buy him? Do you reckon Spurs? I don't think he fits into what we do at the moment, but I would want him.
It's not my money, but if we're looking like we've signed Kudos, we look like we're signing Gibbs-White, and we might be signing Wharton. Out of the three of those players, I'd have Wharton at the top of those three players. I think he's the bigger player we needed out of the three. I rate this player very, very, very highly. And he also comes with a benefit that he's English. And again, it's not a nationalistic thing. It's purely because we need a quota to be filled in terms of our homegrown English players. So I'm very aware of that. This player fits the bill for a Tottenham player. When Moussa Dembele first joined, I wasn't over the moon because he was an attacking wide player. And at the time, we had loads of attacking wide players. But Pochettino wanted to play him as that sort of centre midfielder anchor and control the play. He's the heartbeat through the middle. Adam Wharton is very, very similar to Dembele. Maybe not as physically similar, but the way he plays, very physical, get the ball, play the ball very smartly to the other players in the team. And we need that in there. And I think Adam Wharton ticks a lot of boxes, even though he's not going to be an exciting player for a lot of players in terms of, he's not as a sexy signing, let's say a Kudos or a Gibbs-White. But I think out of the three, he will be the best signing out of all three. So him versus Palhinha, that's a different argument for me. I think Adam Wharton was our number one target for this season. If I was in charge of this football club, he would have been the first player I went and signed.
That is 85 million, but it ain't our money, so what do we give it?
I don't care about money.
Brian, how we doing, fella? All good?
I'm doing good.
Brian.
I'm doing good. Brian. Big up to Dave, big up to Ben, big up to you, Dan, and everyone in the chat. Hope everyone's good and well. I heard Morgan Gibbs-White. I Levy's name. If I hear Gibbs-White's name mentioned, I appear. When I hear that boy's name, and it just so happened.
How are you feeling about that situation, Brian?
Like I said, I'm 100% confident. I'd say 110 if it would make any difference. I've got no worries about this getting done whatsoever.
I'm gutted for you, mate. I know how much you love the guy. I really do. It's sod's law that something like this would happen to someone you are so desperate to bring into the club.
Do you know what? All I care about is when it does get through, if Spurs' content creators don't think of a way to get like Sherwood Forest in the background of the announcement signing or something to wind them right up, then they have missed a... Yeah, exactly. Robin Hood or something. It's going to be epic. It'll make it even sweeter, Ben. It'll make... Once all this hurrah, it's the suspense that gets to you.
Yeah.
And then they say the best come to those who wait. And if I've got to wait a few more days for this, I'll wait a few more days.
He's coming, mate. He's coming. He's got.
Yeah, it's just that Nottingham Forest fella. Like I think Dave said the other day. I think you've mentioned it as well, and you, Ben. Like when I've spoken to you and that, he's just being a bitch, and he's had a problem with the bloody world at the moment, isn't he? They're just very salty on the way it's gone. I can understand why, but at the end of the day, if the agent's gone and told us, well, here's his price and here's how you get out of it, that's the agent's job. As long as we didn't go straight to him and do it, I just really don't. What do they actually hold? This is the bit I don't get. I mean, the only thing I can see is them saying that we tapped him up. I mean, prove it as well, innit? I mean, unless they're seen them dancing together at a nightclub or something, holding hands. What do they hold? Or is it just that they've made an allegation and it has to be checked out as such?
Well, I've got to ask you, mate, very quick. This is, I think, a more crazy thing. So apparently, his release clause was confidential. Can someone explain to me how the fuck that's supposed to work, please?
Well, Ben, let me throw that into you as well. What I saw someone tweet today, and it makes you think as well, is if this is like whatever's gone on is against, how is it acceptable that Simeone has been on the phone to Romero every single day? How is that acceptable? I mean, I've been having some fun today on Twitter. Before I came on, I've done a tweet, Dan, you'll see it afterwards, where I did breaking news. Today, Spurs have done nothing. No Gibbs-White, no investment, no blah. and then I've said Levy out, Edic out, football banter. Then I've created a a meme of Joe Lewis, and Daniel Levy on a fishing boat with fishing rods, saying, "Have you caught a nibble?" And then Daniel Levy saying, "No, we're looking for the big fish," and people are falling for it. People, I'm like, how clear do I need to make it? I've been having so much fun. I've been having so much fun today.
Brian, one thing we know on here, sometimes it's just easy to bait. Sometimes it is. Some people go to the pub, they're just easy to wind up, basically. And when you know people or you know a certain crowd, it's very, very easy to do it. Especially with Spurs fans, because we're extremely emotional and change your ideas in 5 minutes, this and that, get the ump in 5 minutes. It's a very easy community to bait. I'd say the only one that's actually easier, and it's not just because of who they are, is Arsenal. I'd say they're the only ones easier to bait than us. And that's just, well, they're pricks at the end of the day. So, but either way, they are actually, it's not just because it's Arsenal, they are actually easier to bait than Spurs. But Spurs are definitely not a million miles behind them on how easy you can bait them up. I mean, so you definitely think that Morgan Gibbs-White is going to go through? Because I hope it bloody does now. I've got £100 on it that it goes through.
Like I said, there's conflicting things being said at the moment. So apparently he was in London after the deal was done. Apparently his medical has been done and passed. The media work's been done. And apparently he's back in Nottingham right now because, let's face it, he's got stuff to do. If this is all going through, which, like I said, I firmly believe it will, he's going to have to put his house on the market, tie up whatever he's got to do with Forest. Why is he going to just be holding a hotel room for a few days in Nottingham when he can just be home? This isn't like he's come from Italy or European or other country. So apparently it's all done, like everything that we need to do ready. And then he's back in Nottingham. But like I said, I've got absolutely, like I said to you yesterday, mate, you saw the tweet I sent you. I keep forgetting the surname of the Forest chairman. Him going into a fight with Levy over this is, first of all, like bringing a bread knife to a sword fight. And Daniel Levy having these kind of petty squabbles is his version of match day on an NLD for us. This is his wheelhouse of all the stuff this is food and drink to him. This is absolutely no drama whatsoever with it. Honestly, I've never spoken about a subject that involves me mentioning Daniel Levy so calmly in all my life.
In that aspect, Brian, that is when you can actually turn around and say, "I ain't bothered. We got Daniel Levy." That is when you can actually fucking do it, innit?
Oh my god!
But you can look at the situation. This is Levy in his prime.
Yeah,
and Levy don't like to lose arguments, debates, whatever else, and that don't like coming out at the bottom. I don't like him either, but I do pick up the good work he has done at Spurs, even though it's been a lot more negative. But this sort of thing right here, like you said, Brian, I think that smashes it completely nail on the head.
Yeah,
Daniel Levy rubs his hands with this. This is one where we can actually sit back and say, "Do what you want, fella. Go for it, mate. We got Daniel Levy."
Exactly.
And how often will you ever hear that off most Spurs fans?
This is it. It's like I said, absolutely no drama with it whatsoever. The hold up is just, do you know what? I think the hold up has pissed everyone off, obviously because we wanted it, but Spurs signing 2 players in 2 days of the quality of Kudus never happens. Never happens. And now obviously this could happen, and there's been a block to it. You're like, oh, here we go. We're just so beat down to be like, oh, here we go. We can't have nice things. But Paul, believe me, it's further down the line. It is, like I said before, it's a lot further down the line. But like I said, this is the one thing. I've got no drama with it whatsoever. And like you said, Dan, it might end up that we just need to put in a bit more money. And if it does, it will show again that's not a very Levy thing. There's got to be something going on.
I mean, to be fair, Brian, do you keep track of any like Forest fan accounts? You know, they are really, really embarrassed right now because they also know that Malanakis, whatever his name is.
Manamakis or Manarak or whatever it is. Yeah.
Eminem, whatever his name is. He's just trying to save face. That's all he's been. That's what all this about, trying to save face. There's been such a giant fan backlash is quite unbelievable. But I think Forest fans are more embarrassed than Spurs are angry about the delay. It's insane. It's insane. He must be so embarrassed.
Well, Forest fans.
Marinakis.
Sorry, Dave. Go on, you go, bro.
No. It's just a quick one. Marinakis is absolutely fuming with his previous recruitment team for putting a £60 million release clause on a player they spent nearly 45 million on. That's why he's angry, and he's trying to get a couple of extra mil through the legal route. We'll still pay 60, but we might be fined a couple of mil.
Yep.
Somewhere else. I think that's what's going to happen about it. But yeah, that's all I wanted to say, bro.
Yep. Yeah, no, that's it. And you look at it, it doesn't look great for Nottingham Forest for players coming in that this is the way the chairman acts, which you could say has been a problem with us. And also players that might want to get out in the future, like an Elliot Anderson or someone that's young and gets better. It's just not been good for them. It's just not a good look for Forest. And obviously now they've pissed Crystal Palace off as well. Forest are just
Public enemy number one, mate.
Yeah, at the moment, Ben, they are big time, bro. Big time. Big time.
When it comes down to it, I do think this is basically a done deal, and they're just prolonging it. And I think from what I've seen of a few Forest supporters, and we had one on there the other night, seemed like a good fella, fair example, a bit in that, and a few others of what I see at X. I think a few Forest supporters are actually a bit pissed off with this, not just because it's a very good player, they're losing, and a very good player for them. What is he, vice captain?
Well, Gibbs-White has been captain a few times for this season alone. I don't know if he's our actual main.
I don't think he's their actual captain. I think that was due to injuries.
Let's have a quick look. Let's have a quick dive.
Yeah, go for it.
Forest.
I think the thing that's pissed off a lot of Forest fans is this is actually making Forest as a club look a bit muggy, basically, isn't it? And I think a few of the supporters aren't liking that image. They're pissed off that they're losing their man and that, but they ain't liking the image, are they?
No. Let's just have a look. Captain helps if you could spell.
Because I know he's captained a fair few teams. I mean, go on.
They sold a Langer as well. They sold a Langer for what? 50, 60 million?
But that one was out of choice. Gibbs weren't choice.
They said it was a good deal, but I mean, it's not really looking good for Forest at the minute, is it? Realistically, I wonder how this is going to come back to bite that owner in the arse.
Why is he not giving it to me? It's not letting me know, for God's sake. All I do know is he has worn the armband on a good few occasions this season.
Brian, you can tell these boys. He is their star boy, right? Everything goes through him in midfield, yeah?
Yeah, I mean, I've seen West Ham, there's people that have gone on big channels and talked about it. Some people say he's the heartbeat of the team. Some people call him the quarterback because he does play the 6'8". Like Wolfie said, big Forest fan, he'll put in a 6, 8 and 10 performance every single game. If you bring up his heat map from last season, he's everywhere. Like, absolutely everywhere.
Do you have that to hand, curiosity, for chat? I'd like to see it as well.
Let's see if I can get it. Let's see if I can get it.
Sorry, Brian, I didn't put you on the spot, mate.
Morgan, let's see if I can get it. Morgan, Gibbs-White.
But while Brian's looking for that, I will back him up on that. The one thing I like about Gibbs-White is obviously it's creative, but it's also his work rate as well on top of that. It's quite rare for that player in that position to be that much of a hard worker. So I think that will just bode well for us. Hopefully he's got heat map now.
I mean, to me, I look at him. I think he's what I would say is a bit of a rich man Sarr, because he's got what Sarr has and a lot more. I mean, for me, he's got the work engine of Sarr, pace of him and everything, and then he can also pass. His shooting, for what I see, is quite, I think, inadequate would be a nice way to put it. But in a lot of other ways, he definitely makes up a lot of what Sarr hasn't got. But that's why I say he's a bit of a rich man Sarr as such.
Dan, like, just to counteract what you just said there, that suggests you think he's playing a bit deeper. I would actually go, he plays a bit further forward than that. And I was thinking the other day, he's actually more of an athletic Dele Alli. Like that kind of, you can't really say he's, you can't say he's an attacking midfielder. You can't say he's an attacking playmaker.
I think he's a
striker. He's kind of a molded. I'm in an attacking mode, but I'm not really a defined position. But he's more athletic than Dele Alli.
Yeah. But box to box, you've got two sides of box to box, in my opinion. Yeah, and you've got the more defensive box to box, and you've got the more attacking box to box. And Basuma is the more attacking box to box, and we use him as the more defensive box to box.
Dan, Dan, just quickly, I've got the heat map there, but I haven't been able to bring it onto the screen. I don't know if you can see it.
Yeah.
There you go. That's his heat map.
Whoa. Cool. Okay, then. Do we need any other players?
That's his heat map, with obviously the top goal being the attacking goal we're going for.
Mm-hmm.
That's his heat map from last season.
Fucking hell.
So he likes to get down. He likes to make himself wide, doesn't he?
He honestly, he gets everywhere.
I wouldn't say he's a playmaker. I mean, I'd say he's got it in him to more than cover the place of a playmaker like Madison, better than Kulusevski. But I personally think he's a player you'd get the more out of as an 8, basically. I think
that's kind of why I asked you, Dan, about the Dele Alli comparison. That Dele Alli,
but I can see where you're coming from.
Yeah, you couldn't pigeonhole him in a position because he was kind of unique, Dele Alli. He played in that little rogue position that he made for himself. And Morgan Gibbs-White seems a little bit similar, that he's not an attacking midfielder. He's not an attacking playmaker. He does a bit of everything. But as that heat map proved, he's everywhere on the pitch. But you'd have to class him as an attacking player rather than defending player.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely. Can I ask a quick question? What does this mean for someone like James Madison?
Well, that's a great question, by the way, Ben.
Gibbs-White, for me, his best position is number 8. But he can play number 10. This is the thing. If we want to be a big club, we need proper competition to rival them. Not if Madison's out. If you look at it, we've had it before. The perfect example I give when I try to say this is if you look at Pete Poch, and we go back then, when Harry Kane was out, injured, like he did when you take Harry Kane out, so you're one player down, then you were moving Son out of his best position on the left to move him forward, and then you're 2 men out of position kind of thing, and then you got to bring someone from the bench that's not good enough to then take the left wing that can't get. So for me, he's number 10 competition for Madison. We're in 4 cup competitions, so if we need to rotate, refresh, do whatever, he can play the 8 as well, which I think is his best position, where you're going to get the most out of him. So I don't think it means anything for Madison, apart from you're going to have to up your game because there is proper competition there for your place now, which is what we want. Let's face it. I've seen people saying, "Yeah, but I can't see where he's going to play." Well, he can play in multiple positions, and you want our squad to be better. He drastically improves our football club. Drastically,
he does.
I feel like you disagree, Dave.
I mean, Dave, do you agree with this, that he drastically improves us?
Sorry, did you think my reaction was to what Brian just said?
I did. I thought you did. I didn't know if the Madison thing.
My reaction was to this. My reaction was to this comment. We praise his work rate, and then people think, "Oh, because that's all he's got, his work rate, and that's all he has. Therefore, we've fallen." No. You can compliment someone for an attribute. It doesn't mean you're discounting everything else. But Brian's spot on. He's that kind of number 8, number 10 hybrid role. Even I think it was Scott M that mentioned about the Dele Alli. He's not as good as Dele Alli. I wasn't comparing him to Dele Alli. I'm just saying he's that kind of player that fits in a mold that you can't really nail down a position for him. He kind of makes his own position on the pitch. He's an attacking midfielder, but he kind of does a lot of everything. And that's quite a great attribute to have in a team that we want to be going forward. And when I say going forward, I don't mean attacking on the pitch. I mean going forward in the next couple of years. We want these kind of players in our squad because they make us better. It's that simple. And he's a great signing for that fact alone.
No, I agree. And I see what you were saying as well. I totally understood your point, not just get it on the aspect of where you relate into sort of Dele Alli. I do see what you're seeing there. I mean, I just, like I say, I mean, I don't rate Sarr as a player, really. I mean, okay, he might be all right for a squad, but I personally would not have him in my first team. But then if you're limited with that amount of choices, where do you go? I just personally think Sarr is in the wrong bloody sport. I think he should be an athlete, basically, out and out. Run around the track 10 times, whatever he wants to do. I just don't see much of him as a good player as such. I don't think he's got enough attributes to it. Whereas Morgan, you can blatantly see that there's a lot more to him, basically. I just want to say to everyone on the side, just put out 5 memberships to everyone. Hope that went to 5 good people. One other point just want to make, I really don't say this very often, but I'm now 230 away from 5K.
Oh, come on, people.
When I get to that 5K, I will be doing a show when I've got about 10, 20 places left to go on there and hope it goes right. Because as soon as I hit the 5K, going to be doing a big thing on here where someone's going to earn a Spurs shirt, a brand new one, and I will also have something for a 2nd and 3rd place in a rally. And trust me, it'd be more than worth them doing. But when I get to that 5K, oh yes, but not tonight. The snooker's on, mate. And with that, when I get to the 5K, is when I will definitely be doing a nice handout with a Spurs shirt and maybe a little bit of money on the side. Depends how I decide to do it, but it will be a good one. So thanks a lot, people. It's appreciated. A like and subscribe does do favours, and I don't ask that very often. But anyway, Brian, as you were saying with that, he improves us drastically then.
Yeah, honestly, I'm saying this is obviously I've wanted him. I went through my tweets ready for when he comes and people go, "Oh, you only wanted him." I don't know why that's there. Sorry, buddy. Let me stop sharing that. I don't even know. Start script. I was just checking it. I've wanted him since he was at Wolves. I think there is such a player there. People might not see it at Forest because of the way Forest played or anything, but I think he comes into our team, and honestly, by Christmas, latest, people are like, what's the player we've got on our hand? For me, if let's just say he comes in and our midfield is done, he is the very first person on that pitch for me. Above Madison, that's how good I rate. That's honestly, he comes in, he is the first midfielder on the team sheet for me, above every single midfielder we have.
I mean, I know you've rated him since time began, basically, since I've been coming on here for like 2 years now, since I first started.
Yep.
On there and done the channel and that. I know you have rated him same as you've rated Thomas Frank from the day I've known him now. So at the moment, you must be in your fucking elite.
Mate, all I need now is us to try and take Gyökeres off of the filth and see the filth tears, and life is complete. And the takeover. Then I might as well just say, well, all my YouTube content's gone now. I've got nothing to talk about. I'm going to just enjoy being a Spurs fan. I'll just hand off the baton and go, my work here is done. I think people are going to be very, very surprised, pleasantly, and amazed at how good Morgan Gibbs-White is.
I think he improves us a lot, and I'm looking forward to it coming through, basically, because I'm that sure that it will go through on there. I mean, the other one we're still meant to be looking at still keeps popping up, and this one for me, I don't think is going to happen. Is Wissa. That's the other one that seems to keep coming up at the moment. And again, for me, he doesn't match the system that Spurs seem to be doing with what they're buying, basically, like with the age and whatever else. I don't know, maybe that changes because we got the bit of excess money in there and ever, but I don't know, he just doesn't seem like the type of player we would go for with, whether you want to call it a fucking project or whatever word you want to use for it, of the way we seem to have been doing things over the past 2-3 seasons. He just doesn't seem like the type that matches it for me. I don't know, Ben, what do you reckon on that?
Right, do you want to take over for me, mate? I was just doing something. I do.
No worries, right. Do you know what? When it comes to Wissa, Dan, when it comes to Wissa, do you know what I just keep seeing? I keep seeing us getting Morgan Gibbs-White done, and just to piss Forest off, he goes and buys Wissa. Just to piss Nottingham Forest off. It's not going away, is it? And I think it's coming down to a race to see who Brentford will sell first, whether it's Wissa or Mbeumo to Man U kicks off again. I think they will lose one of them for sure. Oh my God, even Scott M is giving please for Wissa. So for Scott M, do you know what? I'm with Scott M, and do you know what? Scott M, who I speak to a lot, as soon as Morgan Gibbs-White was getting mentioned, he messaged me immediately. He was like, Brian, I bet you're buzzing, blah, blah, blah. I'm going to be. I will always stand by Scott when I can. And if Scott's giving the, let's do it. Let's do it. But this is the thing. Like I say,
I mean, Brian, sorry, mate. I mean, with Scott doing that, Scott, is he your cousin or something? I mean, you must be friends, surely.
Mate, I think you need to screenshot. I think we need to screenshot the comment, but.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever seen this in my life. So there you go.
Vissa comes in and does add something to this football club. I mean, you got to remember, we're talking about all these signings that are coming in or potentially coming in and takeover. Whether they're the takeover or not, which I actually think is further down the line than we all think. I think there is some real meat to the bones on it this time, or more than meat to the bones. We are going to have to get rid of players, and Richarlison is probably one of them. And Vissa coming in?
Hopefully.
Yeah, I mean, Vissa coming in, certainly, I think we saw, and again, we've just seen what Thomas Frank can do with him. And I said as well, I mean, as much as I would have wanted Mbeumo as the main one, I would have understood Norgard. Not saying it's an exceptional signing, but to have your captain from your previous team, the heartbeat of that team kind of thing, so to speak, to say, listen to Frank, yada, yada, yada. But Wissa, for a player to come in and show this is what this guy has done for me, pay attention because this is what this guy will do for you, I think Wissa will be a very good bit of business. But 50 million is
ridiculous for a 29-year-old who's had one good season his entire career and does not hit the Tottenham mould.
But Ben, you know you know what it is as well? The great thing about it is Brentford are such an exceptionally well-run club. And I mean exceptionally well-run. Their owners and what they've done for the community, the stadium, their plan, even though they're little old Brentford, they don't need the money because they know they're not going to. Let's just say they got 50 million. They can't go out and buy a 50 million pound player or what. They do their scouting network and do it. They are in no need for money. They'd love to bring extra money. They will do what they want. Like if we'd gone for Semenyo. If we had gone for Semenyo, they'd just sold Hyson. They just sold Kirkes. They've got 65 million of us. They don't need the money. These these smaller clubs that are run exceptionally well, they're in a position where they're like, all right, you want to try and take him? This is the price.
Yeah, fair enough. I mean, would you have him at the club? Would you? Would he be a player that you'd choose, really?
Well, put it this way. This up from what we got now, but if let's just say the takeover's gone through, we have all this money, and it's like we're like the Man City, or you know what I mean, we can start really flexing our muscles. No, I'd say go get Gyökeres immediately.
Yes, please.
That's who I wanted before Solanke. That's the kind of bold statement you go, right, Solanke, this is the levels we're going to now. You need to be up here, but I can't see that happening as in us going in, and I think Arsenal might get it done. But if Vissa was an opportunity, and let's just say we did pump the money in for Wharton, then going to get through a bit of business of Vissa, who's shown he can score goals at Brentford, and opportunities were created at Brentford, yeah, I'd have him all day.
I'll back you up, Brian, as well. You was I remember a conversation before we got Solanke, and I think it was Savas or Stell's show. We was all on there. You were the only one that really pushed the Gyökeres, and I had to ask you. I said, he's gone from Coventry to Sporting Lisbon. So what makes you think it like he can make that level? And you put up a great defence for him. And since that point, I've been watching him closely, and I think, actually, you're probably right on that. Obviously, he could turn up be an absolute flop. Of course, every signing could do that. But he's got the attributes, and I'm surprised, actually, like without going off on a tangent, I'm surprised other clubs are not going in for him beyond Arsenal as well, right?
I spoke to someone today, Dave, when we were speaking about it. I was literally speaking. They're like, "Do you know what, Brian? I don't want him. He's got a horrible first touch, and his first touch needs work on. But this is something you can coach." I was like, "But his killer instinct, you cannot coach." And he scored 40-odd goals or whatever. Yes, it's the Portuguese league. I just think he's a machine now, and he is ready and at his peak. And again, it depends the system he's played in. But if he does go down the road, my God, he's going to be a handful. But can you imagine if we take it? Just imagine we're in a brand new reality where we do get Gyökeres. Have you seen the reaction from the Arsenal fans down that tunnel where they've graffitied everything after the Madueke news? Could you imagine what they would do if right under their noses we took Gyökeres? If we just went bang, there's whatever. It would be worth it. It would be worth it, whether he flopped or not. The meltdown from that lot would be worth it.
It'd be worth it if it flopped, mate. Ben, mate, you don't have to do that. Much appreciated. Like and subscribe, help the channel grow. Thanks a lot, mate. It's appreciated. You don't have to do that. But with what you're saying, Brian, you know what? Even if it did fuck up, basically, it just would be worth to see the meltdown on there, wouldn't it?
Even if Gyökeres goes anywhere, to us it would be magnificent. But if they don't get it done and he goes elsewhere, and Arsenal do mess it up, like Scott said, then it's going to be a meltdown of epic proportions.
I mean, look, fellas, with Gyökeres, right? So apparently he only wants Arsenal, which is fine. But you know, there's one transfer at the minute I would keep my eyes on because I have a really funny, sneaky suspicion in Buemo. I know that might sound a little bit crazy, but the longer it's been 20 days since that first bid went in and got rejected.
It's been nearly a month.
Has it been that long already? Okay, fair play, or even better.
Yeah, about 20 days is coming up for a month. It's 3 weeks.
The longer that gets left, the more and more I think I wonder, will frustration kick in? Because look, the clubs aren't coming to an agreement clearly. But I do wonder if frustration will kick in and Spurs just go ahead and snap them up for 56.
I think there is an agreement there and everything. It's just at the moment, I just don't think Man U are willing to pay it. I mean, there's money at Man U, no two ways about it. They're the biggest or second biggest club on this fucking planet. But we all know there's things going on there. And if they're also talking about a stadium, well, again, that's where you can go back to Levy and say he pulled it off. And just big fan, Daniel Field for the super sticker, mate. Thanks a lot. It's appreciated, fella. Thank you very much.
Dan, how annoying is it that we can't bring super stickers up? It's so annoying, isn't it? You have to go into YouTube to see what the sticker is. I wish StreamYard would just sort that.
Yeah, it is a pain. It is a pain. But thanks a lot, Dan. It's much appreciated, mate. I mean, you can say with Levy, I mean, did he get this one right? It was more by chance than anything in that aspect. But that stadium cost, what, 1 billion, 1.1 billion overall, 300 million over that people say, fine, and get the because it's still getting paid for, where it's on a bloody mortgage, just like everyone's house. The point I'm making is go and build that stadium now. You're paying 2.5 billion for that, as far as I'm concerned. And if Man U want to go and rebuild Old Trafford, an 80,000 stadium and that,
oh dear,
you know, they've got to bring Old Trafford down and bring that. They're looking at a 3.5 billion, in my opinion. I mean, everything has literally trebled in price, if not more, since COVID, along with workers and everything else. And the time that could have such an effect on them, it would be unreal. I mean, anyone building a stadium now is going to be paying double to treble just what we've got, because we literally hit that at the right point through pure luck more than anything. But that it was going to cost them an arm and a leg. And I think with Man U at the moment, they need to get rid of players to bring players in, and no one is really looking at their players too much. Do you agree with that? And with Romero, I think something could happen if something don't fall through. If it don't happen when there's a week left.
You've got to think, if you're in Buemo, right, you're seeing your old manager who got the absolute best out of you go to a club who's also bringing in good quality talent. We're talking Kudus is your Morgan, your White. Look, if you're seeing this, surely that's making you think, No, because at the end of the day, I mean, look, he's not worth 60 million right now with a year left on his contract. That's fucking ridiculous. But if you could maybe sneak in there, maybe, I don't know, he's a quality player, like say 40 million and maybe steal him away, it would be monumental for Spurs. Could you imagine Kudus, right? Literally Kudus, and Buemo, Solanke, and then a Gibbs-White
Madison behind them.
Oh.
No, Madison behind them, and then Gibbs-White in the middle.
Yeah.
Because for me, we still need that out-and-out playmaker, basically. And in an honest opinion, he's inconsistent, yeah. But on his day, I don't actually think there's many better playmakers than Madison in that Premier League. As an out-and-out playmaker, I don't think there's many who've got the eye for the ball and the eye for the moment like he has. I don't rate him like I did Eriksen, but I do think he's got the same sort of mentality as Eriksen, where he's already looking and knows what he wants to do with the ball before he gets the ball. It's just how we've been fucking playing. When he gets the ball, there's just no one there to do anything with except 6 yards in front, sides, and behind him. And that has definitely held him back. I mean, I don't know what anyone on the chat thinks, if you can come up with better ones, but I don't think that, I'm not saying he's the best, but I don't think there is actual many better playmakers out there than Madison on his day. And personally, I think you'll get the best as a pushing forward box-to-box sort of thing out of Morgan Gibbs-White playing for us. I mean, do either you... Of course it is, but do either you three think there's anyone... I mean, there's better there, but I don't think there's many better there than Madison. I mean, what do you three think?
Are you talking purely his ability to pick out a long ball pass?
As a playmaker? What a playmaker.
When you say better in the Premier, when you say better, are we talking that we can actually get, or just in general, are they better?
Just in general. There are better, but I don't think there's many.
Name them. Who's better than him at playmaking right now?
You know what it? No, you know what it is with him. Like you said, Dan, it's when he's on it.
Mm-hmm.
It's when he's on it. Like Leicester, a lot of Leicester fans call him 33% because he's 33% injured, 33% great, 33% non-existent. but you have to say, during Europe, he was fundamental. Getting there. When he's on it, like when he was the first 10 games, he's an absolute nightmare for people.
He's electric.
I have to say, Soul Sniper Gaming has said the one, and I wanted that man before Madison.
Honest opinion, if you put it as just an out-and-out playmaker and you put both of them on their day, depending what you call or want your playmaker to do, because you can have a couple of things you want a playmaker to do. I personally think Madison's better than Eze. If you want to put him as more of a person that can get the ball and deliver the ball on literally in a moment, I think Madison is a better playmaker than Eze. But if you want an actual player and a playmaker that's going to charge forward and create something in that manner, then Eze's better. But again, it all comes down to what you want your attacking midfield central to do. Do you want him to hold it and basically play a target man? Do you want him to charge forward and do a box-to-box? Do you want him to do something like that? But when it comes to receiving the ball and delivering it on the moment, I think Madison is better than Eze. But as a complete player and can make something more by getting about with the ball and whatever else, then I would definitely say Eze is the better player. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, 1,000,000%.
Like that as well. What we've got to remember as well, what the thing we've got to see about this as well is with Madison, he had to play in a system where the fullbacks were taking up his space, and he has so much space taken away from him and had to keep coming deep. With Frank, it won't be so much. That player will get freedom. And if he has space and freedom, we are going to see a different Madison. His role in this team is going to be different to what it was under Ange. Still to be the creator, But the positions where you're going to start play or create is going to be a lot more advanced. So I do think we see a different James Madison. Yeah, that's a very good shout. But this season he was off the boil. But let's face it. But also he's at the very, very beginning of his career, isn't he? Madison's at the other end of the spectrum.
Would you call Cole Palmer a playmaker? I wouldn't necessarily call him a playmaker. No.
Yeah, I see where you're coming from.
I'm not saying he hasn't got the capability.
Yeah, you're right.
I wouldn't say he's an out-and-out playmaker. I mean, maybe people just see it different, and maybe it's an age thing, whatever. But when I look at playmakers, I go back a few years. I mean, obviously you can't refer it to Ronaldinho or whatever, but for me, whether you played him on the left or middle, was a fucking playmaker. Yeah. When you looked at players like Roberto Baggio and stuff like that, that was an out-and-out playmaker, and that. And there's been many others. I mean, even you get deep line playmakers. You can say Carrick was a playmaker. He was not a defensive midfielder. Deep line playmaker, sort of like what Bentancur used to do at Juventus. Yeah. But what I call a playmaker is an Eriksen. You know, he ain't got to get about much. He ain't got to get that ball, know where you want to go with the ball before you even do it, basically. Have that good direct ball, short ball, long ball, whatever. Have the eye for the game. Make up with your mind, basically, what you haven't got with your pace or power as such. And
this is completely right.
For me, Cole Palmer just does not come under a playmaker, but I believe he could cover the role when needed as such. Does that make sense?
Yep.
What you'd have to have an Eriksen at his Eriksen when he was at his best back now. But I think someone else mentioned it on there. I think it was Scott. There aren't really, down to the way we play football now, like Dave said earlier, and I agree with him in that aspect. It is just more athletic these days. You don't really see many playmakers out there, because usually a playmaker has a bit of flair to him as well. And I think Madison has. Not necessarily in the players in here charge forward with the ball like we've actually got, I think, with a Kudus that I don't think we've had since a Bale, basically, yeah? Because you don't see many players like that, things like that anymore, like a Figo or whatever, who I always relate to if you wanted a bit of flair, or even a bloody Steve McManaman, for God's sake, had a bit of flair on the bloody ball. And you just don't really see that anymore in players, do you? Not many. I think Madison's got the flair in the aspect as he's got the attitude, I'll try it. Whereas some people, a lot of players these days, they just seem to play it too fucking safe.
Yeah, I think you're right, Ben. Like, Madison will try a lot of things and it won't always come off, and we'll go, bloody hell, he's giving the ball away again. But actually, his job is to sit there and try and thread the needle. It's to try and create something. But Brian, like I said, obviously I'm managing the comments, and when this comment came up, I saw you get a bit animated by it. And
no, I know in total agreement, in absolute total agreement with it. I remember when we saw Madison at Leicester, and he looked completely different. Obviously, when he was on it, he's playing a different setup, different format. Mm-hmm. What I loved about him is he was finding space and taking shots from distance. Mm-hmm. He was just a lot more involved and getting into the box a lot more. And with Ange, it kind of wasn't. First 10 games, I went to the Burnley away, 5-2. He was magnificent. Went to the Arsenal away, where he did the darts and sent Saka one way and he went that way. When he's on it, he's unplayable. One of the best things I remember about a game I didn't go to, but do you remember the through ball he did in the win against Liverpool? When he did the through ball for Richarlison. His vision, when he's got time on the ball and he can see a runner, is exquisite. But he just didn't get that because Destiny and Porro or whoever it was were taking his space. The midfield was all out of
he was boxed in. A playmaker needs space.
Correct. So I think who was it? Spurs, who was it that said it again? Who was it that made the comment? Spursy Rob. Absolutely bang on. Absolutely spot on, in my opinion.
Can I counter argue this, please?
You can.
Well, I love Madison. Let me just make that. See, personally, and again, it's just an opinion, I do think we have actually seen the best of Madison, and Brian hit it right on the nail. The first 10 games, I thought, wow, this guy is, call me crazy, better than Eriksen. Just those first 10 games, I thought, wow, this guy can beat a man. He can find a pass, because Eriksen never really beat a man, did he? It wasn't a regular occurrence for him. It was very rare, if anything. But with Madison, yeah, the problem I've got with him, and it's a bit like Romero, he is so inconsistent and massively injury prone. So my question is, do we really, with Morgan Gibbs-White coming in, it does beg the question, do we maybe let him go? Because you'd make a lot of money for Madison right now. I just feel like his problem is consistency. We all know, just like Romero, when he's, fuck it, I'll go as far to say this. On Madison's day, I actually think he can be world-class. I've seen some world-class performances out of that man. He can be, he's a beautiful player.
Moments, I think Ben is the better word.
Yeah,
moments.
Yeah, fair enough. Maybe, yeah.
Games.
You know what? I'll go with that. But Jesus, he's left me in awe at times, truly. But I just think he's not consistent enough. And I understand what you're saying about, he needs space and time. I do get that. But
I mean, the other thing with him, Ben, and it is again, it comes down to football these days, and it's just different lifetimes we've led basically and watched football, but we're all roughly on the same level here of time and that. For me, at times he's just a little bit of too much of a bitch on the pitch, is what I call him, because when he gets a couple of kicks and that, he's just, I mean, obviously no one likes it, but he starts getting a bit moody. You can almost see like he wants to cry. And then when it isn't going the team's way, a majority of the time, I've seen him bring us up once or twice, but a majority of the time, he starts talking about getting a bit moody and everything and that. And that is why I don't rate him as vice captain or any sort of captain material at all. But then
Bruno Fernandes.
But then I don't rate Son as any sort of captain. But I think, I can't remember who it was on Nigel's show last night that I popped on. It might have been Mark that brought it up. I'm not sure. But off the pitch, I do get that Son could be a very good captain. I mean, we don't see what happens off the pitch. But on the pitch, for me, I think Son is a terrible captain. He's not my captain material. For others, he might well be. And I still always say the same. When I go for a captain, I go look at a Kane. I go look at a Vieira. I go look at a Gatasso, even Pirello, whatever, yeah? That's my sort of captain. But I think that's just me living 20 years ago, basically. You don't really even see those sort of players very much anymore. But that's definitely something we need at Spurs as well. A captain. A proper captain.
You know what?
Not just someone who's captain. Hang on a sec, mate. Not just someone who's captain. I'll just say it blunt how it is. Son, for me, is captain because of emotion and fucking PR. Simple as that. Not saying he hasn't been.
I think it's more than that, but I can understand. Listen, sorry, Danny. What I'm saying is, listen, you can understand that, but I agree with you. My kind of captain that I want is like a Roy Keane, a Patrick Vieira, Tony Adams, Steven Gerrard, one of those. One of those. That's the way I want my captain. That's my dream type of captain.
You want him as a bastard, don't you? You don't want him to be nice.
Is there anyone like that in world football today? Anyone you can think of?
But you look at it, that's what Romero could do for us if he's with us. So he can, but this is the thing. That's my kind of captain from the generation, obviously, that I've come through and what I was used to. Gary Mabbott, another one. Ledley King wasn't exactly a massive hard as nails. He was more of a quiet one than Sonny. I think what Sonny does with his brand and the way he conducts himself, which has become a massive part of football now because of social media and because of the attention on it, being a role model. Not saying, listen, I don't think if I was the manager, I wouldn't have him as my captain. But that's not because I don't rate him as one. I would want the hard. Exactly, Bryce. That's the kind of player that I see it. But you look at things. I'll take it back. The very, very first game of Ange Postecoglou, when we played away at Brentford, and when the team walked over to the blooming fan, when they walked over to the Spurs fans and did that huddle, I was like, my God, Ange Postecoglou, that's fucking genius. It weren't him, it was Sonny. It was Sonny that came up with these ideas. That Dad, I think you and I look at it, or a lot of people look at it, and we just think captain. When we were doing all that, that's before the social media and football is what it was now. And it was
off the pitch, excellent.
Off the pitch,
Harry Kane.
Yeah, like Harry Kane wasn't exactly the Harry Kane had the stature, the goal, whatever, and I think Sonny has it on that. It all depends on how you look at your captain. If I was in charge of Tottenham, I would have had a different captain.
Romero.
Whether it had been Romero, I've lived where I look at it and I see that my captain would normally be, the way I've looked back at it at the time, would either be a central midfielder or a central defender.
And Brian, that kind of leads me on to this question. The comment that Winging It.
Yeah, it was a great comment.
TV. I think if we get a solid DM, you're going to see the Madison we saw under Ange in the first 10 games. No more going back and getting the ball, finding space, and getting in attacking positions. But I know it's not directly a comment about the captains, but I think it's actually, I think it's a tightly, closely associated comment that does apply to the captaincy comment. That kind of leadership. If we've got someone in that more defensive central midfield position captaining the team and controlling the play, then the likes of Madison probably will show himself better going forward. But because we haven't got that, Madison's got to drop deeper and he can't be as effective as he possibly can be. Would you agree with that? Or would you sit there and say, no, Madison's still got to do better regardless if we're lacking further back in the pitch? Or do you think that's a bona fide comment that actually, no, we are not actually giving Madison the tools he needs to do his job to the best of his ability?
I can agree with that. I mean, a lot of it you can say, I mean, we don't want to go fucking into this one, but last season, I'd say 9 out of 11 players on the pitch were played totally out of sync. They were not played to their best of ability. They were played to a formation which they had to try and adapt to and was just totally incapable of doing it. And that should have been read and changed, whatever. But to get the best out of a player, you need to play him in sync. And what I mean by that is you have to play into what he is best at, what he is good at. And not to an extent, I agree. Madison, he was there, bodged up in mid, like in a playmaker's place as a 10. He had 2 inverted wing backs on the side of him, 2 centre backs up his arse. He had 2 inside forwards coming in, and he also had his bloody striker coming towards him. What do you want him to do?
That's a good point.
You know, and Dave, I do agree with what you're saying. He wasn't getting fed the right way as such. And
sorry, it was Winging It's comment. I was commenting on the comment that's on the screen now.
But I do agree with what you said there. I mean, Madison. He didn't get played the right way. He didn't get played to how you need a playmaker. Will we see more of, like, if we get that? So, I mean, are we even going to use a DM? I mean, that's a question I'll ask you, yeah? I mean, we've been screaming for that out-and-out man on that pitch because a lot of that pitch, I'll just say it straight, most of them are a bunch of little pussies. If they even looked at you in the pub like that, you just backhand it and they'd cower in the corner. That's how I see with quite a few of them ones on there. Yeah, I mean, are you really rattled by Johnson coming towards you? I mean, even Solanke don't look intimidating, for God's sake. About the only ones who's got any sort of intimidation, Romero, because he's got the attitude for it, and maybe Bentancur, because he's got a bit of a dirty attitude on him as well. The rest of them, I can't say there's one player on that pitch. I mean, I don't care if Van der Ven's 6'4" or whatever. They say the bigger they are, the harder they fall. And he ain't exactly a big fella either. Like, there's no intimidation on that pitch. I mean, you could say Richarlison's got the attitude, but as all you do is tap him once in the leg and you probably fucking break it. And in that aspect, I just don't think we got I think we got a lack of men on that pitch. And I think that's one thing we definitely need on there. So, do we need this DM out and out now? Or do you think he's going to play 3 at the back? And when you got 3 at the back, you don't really need a DM.
Right.
So, where do you reckon? I mean, with the 2 things I said, first off, we go on. We've got no fucking men in that team, really. Bar maybe 2. And then I think Kudus seems to have a bit of attitude on him for a fight as well. But I'm going to have to see a bit more of him at Spurs for that. But yeah. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, look.
Go on, Ben.
Oh, sorry, Brighton.
No, go on, you go.
All I'll say is this, right? And it does bug me just a little bit. As soon as a player shows a little bit of fire, I can think of some in the past, you know, your Dele Allis, you know, your Romeros, people start, you know, it's like, it's, you know, people cry, oh, we want passion, we want fire. And as soon as some players show it, it does seem to be that the media especially just tries to shut it down. And Dele Alli, I think Dele Alli started to fall off when he started to calm down. You know, because that fire he had in him, I really felt was sort of pushing him forward. And Romero, you know, I know he does some silly things sometimes, but the fire he emits, I fucking love it.
He doesn't get as many red cards as people seem to think.
No, he doesn't. He really calmed down. I think there was he went 17 games without a yellow card as well. So I don't understand what people say when they speak about him.
I mean, and in that aspect, Romero is my sort of captain, but he's not consistent enough mentality for it and player for it for me. But if I'm going to say for anyone that I would say is my sort of captain material, I suppose it would be Romero.
Well-class Romero. Well-class Romero.
His attitude. I like his attitude as what I would want in my captain. You know,
do you know who I'd have as captain? Who I'd have as captain, or not within the leadership team immediately. And I know I said I love my captains to be like a centre defender or midfield, central midfielder. Immediately, if I was creating the leadership team right now, Pedro Porro's going in immediately. Immediately. I love Pedro Porro. That man gets this football club. His passion on the pitch.
Yes, he does.
English is not an issue like we've seen Romero. It's not 100% perfect, but I think Pedro Porro will be incredible on that leadership team. I really do. I love him. I absolutely love him.
No,
I can't disagree with that, Brian. You know, I can't disagree too much because last season was a slog. There was so many down points last season, and Pedro Porro was one of the few that was still putting in performances of Pedro Porro. He wasn't dipping and going up or down or whatever because of the shit going on around him. He was still playing his same game going forward. I think that's a great captain ability to have is no matter what's going on, whether it's brilliant or whether it's crap, you're still going out there doing your job to the best of your ability. I'm not saying he always done it well because obviously you have bad games as footballers, but he was still going out there with the mentality he's trying his best every week. That sounds actually a bit crap, like trying his best every week. But you know what I mean? He was all. Yeah. He wasn't letting what's going on around him affect what he had to do on that day. He was turning up, I'm a right back, this is my job, I'm trying to do the best of my ability. And that's a captain's ability, that because ultimately you're going to have loads of other jobs as a captain, probably less these days than maybe 20 years ago, but you're going to have loads of other jobs, but you still need to be able to go out and do your job. And Pedro Porro has got that ability that, as I say, with last season, all the crap going around, he was still doing his job. And I agree with Brian to a certain extent there. I mean, don't get me wrong, it doesn't fill me with confidence that Pedro Porro is one of our best captain opportunities that we've got. Like, I would rather a much better option, but he's not wrong.
You can understand where he's coming from. And just
100%.
I'm flip-flopping on Romero. No, I'm not. I don't think he's a world-class player, and you won't get me saying he's a world-class player. On his day, he's capable. My point that I was making of Romero is, to an extent, he's got that fire and anger in him that I want in a captain. But there's too many sides that he lacks for a captain. So I ain't flip-flopping on him, not at all. You won't get me sitting here saying Romero is a world-class player, not until he has 2 solid seasons of world-class. So my opinion with him is just I like his fire and attitude that I want in a captain, but he lacks too many other things that I would have in a captain. I mean, if you want an ideal captain as a defender, I mean, then you look at Cellini. Then you go and look at someone. Then you go and look at someone like John Terry, Tony Adams. They're my sort of defensive captains. But again, each has got their own way. Whatever turns you on at the end of the day. Some like blonde hair, some like brown hair, some like black hair.
Do you think Højbjerg would have made a good captain? Because I personally think
100%.
Attitude-wise, and that, yes, I do think he's the sort of person I would have as a captain. But again, with that side, he lacks the capability as such. In a lot of ways, I think we missed him last season, definitely. But it's just he ain't quite got the quality that you need. You need your captain to have some quality on the pitch as well.
I mean, I'm not talking about his final season because he was hiding when he real bad.
No, but again,
hold on. What's the matter, Dave?
I'm about to go on another Pep Guardiola type.
No,
rant here.
don't even do it. Yeah, go on, Dave. Do what you got to do, mate. As long as it ain't about Pep. We've already heard Pep.
I'll try and be quick about Højbjerg. Højbjerg is an absolute fake. He sits there and goes around, getting around the pitch, getting stuck in. And most of the time you sit there and go, oh, yeah, Højbjerg's getting stuck in. But honestly, go back and review the games where we were really up against it. He was the first to hide in a little foxhole and not go in anywhere. He's the kind of person that would go in, put in a hard challenge at 94 minutes when we're like 2 goals behind or 2 goals ahead, and when it don't matter. And he'll get the crowd going, yeah, look at me, I'm Højbjerg, I've just smashed someone. It don't matter, mate. Do it when we're sitting there 1-0 down chasing a game with 10 minutes to go. Do it when we're 1 goal up with 10 minutes to go, need to hold a lead. He's not the greatest at that. He's a very, very clever player at making the fans think he puts in a shift. And don't get me wrong, I think we need a Højbjerg in the squad, but don't sit there and go, he's a fucking...
Hold on. Can I just explain my thinking behind Højbjerg, mate? Listen, right? So, right, Højbjerg, right, I do agree with what you've just said. I do, but I would base a lot of that on the final season he had, because even I noticed, I was like, fucking hell, this is getting embarrassing now. But what I meant was his mentality in game. Even when he wasn't captain, you could see him shouting and screaming and trying to get the boys, up and ready for the fight. And I think that's what a good captain is about. Because let's be real for a minute. Like, for instance, and I know you lot probably won't agree with me, I don't think Roy Keane was the world's best player by any fucking long shot.
No, but he was still good.
Yeah, he was, but he could motivate his teammates, and that's
and if
what
you
I
didn't
admire.
listen to him, he'd get you up by the throat and slap you in the face and tell you to pull your finger out your ass.
100%. But that's
what I want my captain to be like. But I think Roy Keane was actually a better player than some people give him credit for. When you actually go watch him in a couple of moments, he was actually... I'm not saying he was skillful. So again, people look on skillful as different things, yeah? Some people look on skillful of what capability you've got of kicking up the ball over your head 5 times and keeping it in control. Some people look at skillful of where you can cross the ball across your feet. Again, it's just a different portray of football. But I think Roy Keane was actually a significantly better player than a lot of people give him credit for, because they just look on the more chief side of him as such, the boss. They look on the aggression side of him more. And I think if you actually watch a lot of Roy Keane's games, and I've watched him play in so much, and then watch the things that they do about him and that, he was actually a significantly better player than a lot of people actually give him credit for. He wasn't just the man with the mouth on the pitch who was willing to break your legs. He was actually a good player, very good in that aspect.
I'll say a couple of things. First of all,
I've read his autobiography as well, and it's fucking good, by the way.
I'll do Højbjerg second, because the subject was Keane. I'm going to say something, and I will call it as it is when I see things. And this is my personal opinion. I think, and I hate that I'm going to say this about a filth player, but I think Patrick Vieira was night and day. I think Patrick Vieira, as much as I hate to say it, if I had to choose one player to be the captain of my team out of those two, or in my midfield, I would choose Patrick Vieira. I just think that guy was, honestly, I hate saying it about that lot. He was outstanding for me, but now that's that part. I'll probably piss a lot of people off with that.
No, Brian.
Football about opinions. I hate the fact that football's about opinions.
Do you know what? I'll vouch for you on that one to the point. For me, maybe it's just a thing where Roy Keane is my favourite all-time player. When I ended up coming out of goal and then playing in defence for 5 minutes, and they got me out of there double quick, and I played as a midfielder and that, I just epicked everything he'd done. I was just 10 times worse and nasty at it. And, I mean, Dave remembers we used to play football and that, and yeah, I wasn't the friendliest one on there. I wasn't the most skillful, so I made up with it with other things. I would still have Roy Keane, and I think that's just, I can't make you wrong, Brian. I personally would say that Patrick Vieira, in my opinion, he's one of the best players Arsenal have ever had.
Yeah,
he don't get the fucking credit for it. Well, I don't give a fuck whether you played at Arsenal, Chelsea, whoever. If you're good, you're good, and that's all there is to it. And he was fucking excellent.
Do you know what? Hotspur's probably nailed it. Actually, if I was to be honest, I think Hotspur has nailed it. Where he said Vieira was a better player, but Keane the better captain. I think that's nailed it a bit more. But oh my God, look who's here! Look who's here! He's not by the green wall. He's not in the clock end. But I will just say about Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. He was under Jose Mourinho. He was the perfect Jose Mourinho player. He was fantastic. Under Conte to begin with, Conte style player. He looked at by the end of it. But when we're going on about, like I said with Porro, when you look at Porro, you look at Pierre-Emile Højbjerg. One thing you want from a captain is him regular on the football pitch. He is the leader. He is the one. Pierre-Emile Højbjerg could have his legs shot. He could actually get a shot and he would still run on that football pitch. At Tottenham, if you would say under the entire time of Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, you've got to guarantee one player's availability every single week. Who's it going to be? Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, without a shadow of a doubt. And Porro played the most minutes. So I think when it comes to captain as well, reliability is a massive thing, and obviously him setting the tone. So not saying that is the fundamental main thing of it, but I think Pierre-Emile Højbjerg gets a lot of stick for a lot of the things that are said. I completely agree with some of the things David said, but
the comment on the screen right now is against me. Yeah,
I think Pierre-Emile Højbjerg the first couple of seasons was outstanding for Tottenham. You remember, he's one of those players that just did the job. Just had to do the job. And if you saw his mentality from his first video to the way he even came in and said, listen, if something's going wrong, I've got no problem pinning someone up and going, this is unacceptable. So he had all the base of it. I do agree under Ange, if he had been there this season, we're all saying, oh my God, his leadership and his would have been, we saw what we were sorely missing. I don't think he could have played in an Ange system. Even if he was there, he would have been found. Well, I think we got rid at the right time. But under Jose and under Conte, he was fantastic. Or maybe fantastic is a bit too high, but I think he gets a lot of stick. I think he did very well in the first 2 years.
I know where you're going with that, and he done a job, and he done a great job at that point of time. If it was Mourinho that brought him in, and honestly, he done the job that we needed at that time. My comment was that he fooled a few fans because there was a few times where he ducked out of things, and people forget that. But overall, if you ask me about the time that he spent at the club, I would sit there and go, you know what, Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, a good 7 out of 10. You know, you didn't do bad for us. You actually done a good job. I just think people go, oh, we need a Pierre-Emile Højbjerg in the squad. I'm thinking, well, why? He wasn't the player that's going to elevate us to Champions League and title winning, which is where we want to get to. So don't confuse yourself with that, was kind of my point. But I agree with you, Brian. Like, he was brought in under Jose, perfect Jose player, decent player under Conte, but not going to be the player that takes us to the next level.
No, but that's the thing. We needed a player to come in and plug that gap, and he, in those 2 years, certainly did that.
100%.
One other that I'll mention quickly, and then I'll come to you, James.
Don't go to him. Just let him
another player for me that I don't think gets nowhere near the established credit that he deserves, and as a captain, was Deschamps. Deschamps,
or the French guy.
Deschamps.
Deschamps, but mate, that's levels.
You know, to me, I thought he was a fucking quality captain as well, and I thought he was a wicked player who just. Some of these players, they just don't ever get a mention, do they? Why is it? Because they're just not the skillful one or the one who scores the goals and stuff like that. And I thought he was fucking excellent, personally, and would have been a captain for me. You look at other captains as well, different types of captains. Paolo Maldini was a quality captain, but a total different captain to the ones we're sort of asking for, isn't it? You can name loads of them out there, but I just feel some players just don't get the mention that they deserve. Anyway, James, how we doing, fella? You all good?
Hello. Yeah, I'm good, mate. You? How you boys doing?
Good, Joe.
Good, brother. All good, brother.
Good.
Yeah, just wondering what's going on with things, just talking about how it's going to go. So I'll come to you with a question. Oh, pardon me. What formation, what style do you think we're going to use with obviously seeing some of the players we've got coming in, whatever? What sort of formation you think Frank's going to go for? What do you think we're going to do? I mean, this is always lots of maybes at the moment because I keep saying 3 at the back would work best here, but then with players we're buying this and that. So go for gold, mate. Pure opinion.
I reckon he's going to go for a 4-1-4-1 formation, to be honest. A back 4. I reckon we'll get a holding midfielder to sit in front of the back 4. And then I reckon he'll play almost like 2 cams in Madison and Gibbs-White. He'll have Madison slightly further forward, but he'll have Gibbs-White obviously dropping back, turning into a 4-2-3-1 or a 4-1-4-1 when we're attacking with the fullbacks overlapping.
Okay, fair enough point. I mean, the way I'd still go with this team is I'd play a 3-5-2-1 personally on that one. I don't even think I'd be bothered about a DM right now. I'd go from 3 centre backs, obviously, and then 4 in the middle, and then I'd do what you sort of say. I'd have Madison and, but then I'd have Madison and Morgan Gibbs right there, and Kudus. I'd actually use him as a right midfielder, and hope it's sort of like I'd use him as a right midfielder instead of further up there as such inside.
But would he need to get back then? If you're playing 3 at the back, you'd almost have to play wing back. Is that correct?
No, I wouldn't have him as a wing back if I'm playing the 3-5. If I'm going to play the other way, it's a formation that people look at different. If I'm playing with wing backs, I call it 5 at the back, where some people look as wing backs as 3-5-2-1, whatever, and that. There's different ways you can look at it. But with the player we just got in there, thinking of Kudus as well, I think we're going to do more like 4-2-3-1 basically, or 4-3-3. Because Kudus is definitely going to get played up on the flank like Johnson did, except I think he's going to do a much better job at it. Maybe not tap in as many goals, but I think you're going to see a lot more out of him and cause a lot more hassle on the pitch. So I can see us doing a 4-3-3 or a 4-2-3-1. It's quite hard to pick at the moment because you know that Frank has got the capability of chopping and changing it. I mean, what do you 3-3?
Say, what was the question again? Sorry, buddy.
Basically, what way we're going to play, what formation we're going to use, who's going to go where do you see this going? Because we know he's got the capability of doing about 4 different formations.
That's the wonderful thing.
I know.
That is the wonderful thing. We're going to be shaped. We're going to have so much better shape, structure, tactical formation. Everything is to be so. The fact that, like I've said, I've been streaming you before, Dan. All last season, we would have gone, what's your formation for Spurs? We would have gone 4-3-3, 4-3-3, 4. Just like we did with Conte. Let's be serious. It was like 3-4-3, 3-4-3. This game, this man, for certain games, played certain ways, and when he's looking ahead to games coming up, I don't think we can actually predict what will be his main position, main formation, which is what, to me, it's wonderful. To me, it's wonderful that I haven't got a clue what our number 1 formation is going to be.
It's almost a problem you want to have, isn't it?
Yeah. If we can't get it, what's the opposition going to think? Last season, every single team was like, right, this is what Spurs are going to do. This is how they're going to play. This is their weakness. How many times last season did we see attacks building up and we'd be in the pubs or the stadium or at home going, oh shit, there's goal. It's coming. It's a gut, and because everyone knew what we were going to do.
Same goals every fucking game.
Exactly. It's like, here we go. It's a goal. Just like, do you remember the season before when every time someone got a free kick, it was like, no, here we go, 1-0.
Yeah.
What? No one's going to have a clue what we're going to be doing, and it's wonderful.
You know what? I'll throw this out there quick. I think if we do get a big number 6, I think that would lean slightly towards our main formation as maybe being a 4-2-3-1 with, your tenacious Morgan Gibbs-White sitting behind the striker, your Kudus on the left or the right, whatever it may be. I think it's setting up that way. I've got a funny feeling that will be like predominantly our main formation, because I just feel like that's the players that's the formation we've got the players for. Do you not think it'd be a 4-2-3-1?
Basically, you're saying, I mean, a 4-2-3-1 is what I think is going to happen, but I could quite easily see a 4-3-3 as well when playing with a DM and
a 5 as well.
Are you basically saying? I mean, like two box to box next to each other, one more of an attacking, one more of a defending sort of thing.
Well, like, so the way, I mean, look, listen, because Morgan Gibbs-White is quite tenacious. I mean, we saw that with a map. He's all over the pitch, which is brilliant.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking he'd be like a bit like Forrest. Everything would go through him. I'm thinking maybe that one holding centre mid and someone like a Bergvall next to him, someone that's capable of both back and forth. You with me? I feel like it would add a lot of variety to the team and would give us a number of different ways to attack and defend. But I do think with Frank, I've got a funny suspicion he's just going to leave the front three forward most of the time and leave the defensive work predominantly to the rest of the team. Because the biggest problem we've got at Spurs, I found this season, especially when we were under the cosh, is there's never anybody where we need them to be in attacking position. It was always, the same old repetitive rubbish. You'd kind of build up slow. You'd have the wing back, you'd have the left or right back overlap. It would be a back and forth between the winger and the left or right back, and then eventually someone would ping it into the middle. I just feel like with the team and the formation I've mentioned, I feel like there'd be a lot more variety to the play because it's just something we've lacked for a long time. Again, it's just an opinion. I'm probably wrong, but that's what I feel like it's leaning towards.
Well, there's no probably right or wrong about this because none of us fucking know at the moment, mate. So
it's just true, like Brian said, yeah.
No, but I can picture where you're coming from. Same as I can what Brian says, same as I can with James. I mean, Dave, where do you reckon we're going to go? Formation, tactics, style? I know you can chop it and change it every game and that, but what do you think is going to be the main style as such? The main way we're going to do it? Formation, whatever.
Easy answer for me, and this is brilliant for us. We don't know, therefore the opposition don't know. This man isn't setting to I've got to play this way. Ange was very much, this is my way, this is how I'm going to play.
Oh, I know he can adapt, Dave, but usually you have a main way of doing it, and then you've got your other ways.
I genuinely don't think, I think he can look at the squad and go, you know what, three at the back works well with the players I've got. We haven't got the squad for three at the back because we've only got three centre defenders, really. But if you look at the best 11, it's probably three at the back. But you look at the squad, he'll probably go, no, it's probably four. But the beauty of it is Thomas Frank's going to look at it and go, we're playing X team next week. The best way to beat them is to use this formation. That's what we're going to do this week. And that's the beauty of it. And we're not going to go predictable like we were under Ange. And don't get me wrong, I appreciate Ange for having his philosophy. It takes balls in this day and age to sit there and go, this is my philosophy. But it was predictable. You knew what he was going to do. So did the opposition teams. With Thomas Frank, we're going to have that element of surprise. We're going to have that element of flexibility. We're going to sit there 1 week, we'll do this tactic. We might sit back in a low block, counter-attack. Next week, we're actually going to high press. We're going to have options this season. And I don't care how we line up. I don't care what players we buy. For the first time in a long while, I'm looking forward to next season because I think our team's going to turn up and do damage to other teams based on the fact that I think we're going to out-tactic them. I know that's a Sam Allardyce phrase when he beat Chelsea. Oh, Jose got the up when I out-tacted them. It's not even a word, but I'm going to use it. And I think Thomas Frank's got that in his locker.
Dave, do you not worry about the team, though, mate?
I worry about our squad of players.
This is what I'm saying. So, like, predominantly, for the last few seasons now, we've played one specific formation. I am a little bit worried about the adapting period for the players to his sort of multi-formation.
Do you know what? I'll answer that quickly, Ben. If they can't do it, we know we need to sell them. If you can't sit there and adapt, we'll sell them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, you're a professional footballer, and this goes back to the forget Tottenham about football. What I hate about football, they're robots. They're athletic robots. There are no footballers anymore. Or very rare. They have to be told by their manager where to stand in the 86th minute, where to stand in the 37th minute. They're not able to think on the pitch when a situation occurs. They have to sit there and rely on where their manager told them to stand. And this is we had so many debates last year. I know Ange was crap, but I was fed up with all this. It's all Ange's fault last season. It's all Ange's fault. When did these players stand up? But where do these players take responsibility for not being able to react to a situation on pitch and react to it there and then? They're the players. Thomas Frank's different for us, and that's why I think he's a better signing than Ange. I know Ange won us a cup, fair play, Ange, big up Ange. Thomas Frank is going to get us ready for the opposition coming up. He's not going to go, we're better than everyone else. My formation's better than everyone else. My system's better than everyone else. And we're just going to do it regardless. He's going to go, right, Southampton at home in the cup. Then we've got Burnley away, newly promoted team. Then we've got Man City away after that. And then we've got a European trip. He's going to sit there and plan and plot and play people. He's just going to be much better at that squad management. And I feel far more comfortable with him in charge doing that. Now, we can sit there and lose all these games. Of course we can. But I just think systems, formations, forget about it. There's no point even talking about it, Dan, to answer your question, because we're going to play probably 7 or 8 over the course of the season.
Let me just very, very good. Just a quick tip at that. What we've got to remember, we are talking about what is Frank's starting formation. You've got to remember, this man actually changes his formation in games as well. It's not 4-3-3. We're playing 4-3-3 all along. He'll see, and if there's something going wrong, and he sees there is a area where we're struggling and they're getting a lot of joy, let's say down a flank or more centrally because they're outnumbering us in midfield or whatever, he'll go, right, for the next 10, 15 minutes, whatever, match it up, alleviate the pressure. Let's do it. Then so guessing his starting form, it's not just guessing his starting formation, it's guessing what will he do in the game. How will he go about it? He literally will check. He played 7 or 9 different formations in his entire Brentford reign, which was 7 years, I think, or whatever, 6, 7 years. He played 9 different formations. So there's so much to come from him. And like I said, I cannot wait just to see the flexibility. And this is why I think lots of players we're bringing in, and people might not like Gibbs-White or want Gibbs-White, but are you looking in all the formations that Gibbs-White or Frank will play, and how many will Gibbs-White suit and have fit? That's what we got. We're building that. He's going to build a team, not just individuals. He'll build a team. And there's players that will come in that may not make sense when we sign them, but then with the formations that he plays, you'll be like, oh my God, I totally get why we got him.
So, Brian, can I ask you a real quick question? Because it's on the subject of, do you prefer a manager who sets up specifically for teams or prefers to concentrate on what their own team is going to do? I prefer
a manager that did both.
Yeah, fair enough.
I prefer managing both, but you can't go. The way I look at football, you can't. If you're very, very good, you know what? I'll give you the perfect example. When I was working at Booking.com and I became senior manager, I worked under 2 different bosses. The first boss I went under, he said, "Here's your strengths. Let's use this because you're coming into a broken team." Funnily enough, and then once that team had got settled and everything, he was like, right, now we're going to work on your weaknesses. Now we're going to work on your weaknesses. Now we're going to work on your weaknesses. And I was like, what are you doing? Because then it just made me think, why are you looking at... I've got so many strengths. Why are you constantly focusing on my weakness? But then I had another manager that really drummed in to my strengths and then said, Brian, keep doing that. And because of my confidence in that, my weaknesses started getting stronger. Without even realising, he's got to manage it both and do it each way. But if you see a team and you don't give the team the respect they deserve, and this team is, like we were just saying, every team, they're even joking about it, it's only Tottenham. This way, like they're literally, you've
like
got
Ferguson used today when they said, like, how are we going to play today, Gaff? And he just turned around and said, can't boy, it's Spurs.
Yeah, this is it. This is it. For me, I would have both.
You'd have both, fair enough.
I would have both. That's not sitting on the fence. I think you have to do it. Obviously, you need to get your team working on drills to play the way you want them to. But if you're coming in and you've got a team that have been elite at doing something, and this is what they do all year, look at Arsenal when they come with set pieces. How many set pieces they score against us? They did it. Right, we need to nullify this. They are shit in this area. We need a game plan. And then if we can nullify that, we can do what we do. If you just go into a game and go, this is how good we are, this is what we do, ain't going to take long for teams to work it out, is it? Which we saw with Ange.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, to be fair, you know, Pochettino is another one of our managers who was stuck in his way. I'm more concerned about what we do than the opposition. Boys, what do the rest of you think on that? Do you think it's better to have a manager that sort of goes with, I'm going to prepare individually for each game, or someone just like, no, we're just going to concentrate on what we do? Where do you boys stand on it?
I'm very much on having, you've got your way that you prefer to play, but you've got to read each game, basically. You've got to adapt to each game. When you know, my prime example is when you know you're playing someone like Salah on the left hand, coming down their right hand side, your left hand side, you don't go and fucking stick Ben Davids out there. Yeah, you at least you adapt your game a bit and say, right, I can't do so much here, there, or there, but I need two people on this man consistently to try and fucking get him out of this game. Otherwise, one way or another, he's going to tear me a new one, and I'm going to come off walking like John fucking Wayne. And with that, I feel there's games where you don't necessarily have to change the whole philosophy, but I think in some games it does help when you've got that capability or knowledge of doing that in football. But there is certain games where you've got to pick out certain players. Right, their strongest point is their man coming down the middle, or their strongest point is their man actually sitting in DM playing the deep line playmaker who likes to get the ball over here, there, and everywhere. Right, double up on him as quick as you can, sort of thing. That is what I want a manager to do. I want a manager to be able to adapt to a game-to-game basis. Because if you just play, unless you're the dog's bollocks, if you just play one way consistently, you get sussed out, you get found out, and you get torn a new one, in my opinion.
So have you noticed it's been one or the other? I'm sorry.
That's all right, mate. I just want to say, Patrick and Corey, big up, mate. Thanks a lot for that. It's much appreciated. Big up, lads. Sitting down outside, grilling up hot Italian sausage. Nice. With peppers and onions. Sounds good. Brian will get it. I
actually don't, unless he's from Canada and he's doing something that I think. Apart from that, I don't. But big up to Patrick. Big up. Patrick,
much appreciated, mate. Thank you very much for the generosity. It is appreciated. I mean, but when it comes to sausages, you can't beat a good old German at the end of the day, as far as I'm concerned. Oh. But again, at the end of the day, whatever turns you on. But seriously, mate, it's appreciated. Thank you very much. I mean, if I've got to pick one or the other, I want the manager that can adapt to a game-to-game basis.
Yeah.
If he has to change his formation, if he has to do this, but then you need the players with the capability of doing that. And I get with what Dave said earlier. Ange weren't 100% for last season. Some of those players played fucking terrible in places where they should actually be better. But the majority of it came down to the tactics for me. I want my manager to at least, if he's not going to change his whole style or his philosophy, whatever you want to call it, at least know when you need to sit back fucking 10 yards, or at least know when you need to push forward, or at least know when you need two-man to focus on one person to sanction him out of a game, because that team relies on that player so much. You take him out of the game, you basically cut them out of the game, and then you take it from there. I mean, James, what's your answer to that one with Ben's one? I think it's a fair question.
I think it depends on the squad, to be honest. I think going back to Pochettino era, we didn't have to adapt. People were scared of us and we was breaking teams down left, right and centre and beating them. So I think it depends on the squad. If you've got a squad ready to compete, then you stick to your guns a little bit. You get the way you're playing and you naturally break teams down. I think where we've got a squad that's probably mid-table, I think I would like to have obviously the style that we play, but you are going to have to adapt because they're the bigger boys in the league as such. The Cities, the Chelsea's, Arsenal's, Liverpool's, even Villa's and stuff. You're not going to be able to go gun-ho because you'll get beat. So I think it depends on the squad. With our squad, I think he's going to have to try and get our philosophy involved and then adapt or tweak little bits and pieces here or there. But I think in a year or two, I think he'll get his philosophy on board. And then I think you'll see a lot more try and stop us winning the game rather than us trying to win the game.
I get what you mean.
That's a really good point.
To do that, yeah, solid points. To do that, you got to have the team to do it, sort of thing. And Poch did have a team that could do that, basically. We just couldn't get it over that line. But again, even with things like that, I would still prefer a manager the capability to adapt to a game-to-game basis when he needs to. Because,
Yeah.
like you said, 100% right on what you said. You do have those games where you have that striker that you know he's just so fucking quick that if he's coming towards you, you tell one of your defenders at least wants to trip him over, basically, because you ain't getting to him. Or you just put 2 people on him all the time. Or you do this and that. And there's loads of ways you can adapt in certain games, but I do prefer to have a manager who's got more than one way. I mean, people used to say, when some people used to say, why do you need a plan B? Just get better at plan A. Okay. Different idea of the game and that, but to me that's pretty much bollocks, because if you ain't got a plan B, I think you're pretty much screwed most of the time.
But yeah, what happens if you get a red card first 5-10 minutes? Game over.
Or you get 2 red cards and stick everyone on the halfway fucking line. Basically.
Game over.
Yeah, so I feel you definitely have to have different, not a total different philosophy, but you definitely got to be able to read the game and know where the problems are. Because when you can pick out a problem, and in the majority of teams, it's usually that 1 or 2 players that every team I find has its problem. Yeah, some teams you look at them and the whole team's a bloody problem. But what I'm saying is, in a majority of teams, bar the cities and even Arsenal, even Arsenal, you take out Saka, you do take out a big part of their team. I'm not saying they haven't got more than that, but it is a big, you get Saka out of that game, it's a big part out of it. Whereas Liverpool, you take Salah out, okay, it's a lump, but they've got more than enough capability to cover him, same as City. Whereas other teams, you take out that main player of theirs, you take their team out, basically.
Oh, that's 2v2 so far. So I'm so sorry. What was your name? I do apologise. Bottom left?
James.
James.
I'm so...
James is his name.
No,
Sorry.
you're good.
James the third.
So me and James are on a similar page. Obviously, Brian and Dan are on a similar page. So to break this up, where are you on that, Dave?
And what?
So the question was, do you prefer, because at Tottenham we've either had one or the other, do you prefer a manager who customises each game to a set of tactics per team they're against, or do you prefer that manager style where they're going to concentrate more on what we do than the opposition?
Well, listen, I'm going to go against what everyone wants. I'd still rather Antonio Conte in charge of this club, but there you go. I would rather a manager have a style of philosophy, but he's willing to adapt based on the opposition. So I don't want to put a number against it, but say the core 60, 70% of the time you're playing your way, but then you need to adapt for certain situations or certain opposition, and obviously injuries, people being fatigued in your squad. You might need to adapt. That's what I want, a manager that's able to adapt. But they need to have their fundamental ideals. And I think Thomas Frank has that, by the way. He has his fundamental, this is how I want to play. But he's very smart in, if he hasn't got that, he'll find a way to work with like the constraints around him and getting the best out of what he's got. And that's what I like about him being, listen, I'd like to be a Pep Guardiola in Man City where he can do whatever he likes to do. But we're not that football club. We don't have that control where we can go to our manager, here's X amount of money, do whatever you like. We're not that. So I have to sit there and say, what are we? And for what we are, I think Thomas Frank is perfect because he's also used to working at the Brentford formula where they buy players for him. He's going to get that at Tottenham. And he's going to just look at each team and the situation with his own squad and go, how are we getting 3 points next week? And that's all we need to do. How are we getting 3 points next week? If we need to sit back and play shit football, get 3 points that week, get it. Next week, we can play more free-flowing football and get 3 points. Great. He's going to look, how do we get 3 points? And that's all I want my manager to do. How do we get 3 points? Obviously, if it's a cup game, how do you get through?
I just think that's a short-term game plan, not a long-term game plan. I think it's all well and good getting by week, but eventually you need to instill your own philosophy and actually start taking the game to the other teams where their game plan is to beat you, not you to beat them, if that makes sense.
No, I totally get that. But don't forget, as I said, like 60-70% of what he's going to train the players will be his system.
Yeah.
He's going to tweak it and change it based on the opposition, but the fundamentals will be his system.
Yeah.
Right. He's not going to get to go, oh, fuck, what are we doing this week? And we're playing them. We're going to completely change our plan. He's going to have his core system. And if you look at the Brentford team, like they're number one in a lot of stats attacking in terms of how they get the ball into shooting positions and getting their shots off. They're very effective with that. Like they don't waste opportunities. They're also, I know they had some bad results. I think was it home or away? They couldn't win either a home or away last season for a period of time. I can't remember which way round it was, but one of the way rounds, they couldn't win for ages. And then he's flipped it. He fixed that, and then it went the other way. So if they could win at home, they couldn't win at away there after he changed it. But he's a thinker. He sits there and goes, what do we have to do this week to win these 3 points? And that's what I want from a manager. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying it will work. I'm not saying it will be successful. What I'm saying is I'd rather a manager like that treats each game like them 3 points are the most precious things you could ever have in the world than a manager like Ange that goes, I don't care about the 3 points. I'm playing my system of football. And that's kind of my point.
Yeah.
Like,
basically, you're saying you want the manager to be able to sit there and say, right, we're going to get absolutely done here big time just because they are better than us. Right, sit back, defend, do what you got to do, get the long ball forward and see what you can do, basically.
I want 3 points every week, and I don't care how we get them. If we can play attacking football, great.
Hi, Michael.
Hello, Mike.
Our main aim is to get 3 points. I think with Ange, his philosophy was like, I want people to know how I play football before the 3 points. And I just got that 100%. Impression with him. It was kind of like a personality thing, like a PR thing for him. I want people to show people. I want to show people how good I am, rather than actually your job's to get 3 points and then to win cup games. Obviously, he did win the cup. Hello, Michael. By the way, save me from this. I'm getting myself into a little tongue twister.
You all right, Mike? How we doing, mate? All good?
Yeah, all good. Listen. It was a busy Saturday. My lovely fiance decided it's cleaning day, so we had to clean the whole fucking house. But yeah, we needed to do that. So that's
you know what, Mike? That's usually my job to decide when it's cleaning day, whatever. And like, look, this place is starting to look a bit of a mess. Can we get our fucking act together, basically? That's usually actually my job to mention that one.
It's kind of funny because it's usually me complaining that it's dirty, but it's like, when the dirty is not like super dirty, right? It's me complaining that, oh, listen, we could clean up or something, right? But when it really gets like,
No, do you know what pisses me off most? Yeah, I mean, the place gets a bit scruffy sometimes. We're all guilty of it and that, but it don't get dirty. But whenever I seem to have to push on Beth a bit, like, come on, time to get the shit together, sort of thing. She then has a habit of like, right, I'll do my hoovering, I'll do my shit like that. We both know our places in and out of the house. She does fucking DIY. She's better than me. I might as well be double left-handed than that. I mean, I can't even read my own fucking handwriting. Worse than a doctor. But when it comes down to it, what she then proceeds to do is rip out the whole fucking place, make a total mess of it, and then spend the next 4 or 5 hours putting it back together in the minute position. You're just like, well, why didn't you just put it away? Why you got to rip the whole fucking place out? That's the shit I get here. And don't even look at me like that, Beth, because you know it's a fact. What, is that the sort of shit you get?
Yeah, mate, it's a bit similar, because usually when I mean cleaning, it's like, vacuuming the place, maybe getting some dirt off, right? But, I start complaining, listen, we could clean up. No, we'll do it later. When we start doing it, right? It's like fucking taking, everything out of the drawers, like, fucking, getting my desk away from the wall, cleaning it behind, like fucking everything, right? So, but it was needed, right? So
it's draining though. It's draining, isn't it? It takes it out of you. Yeah, and do you know what the other bit is? They always seem to put some shit music on in the background that's meant to hype you up, and it really don't do the job, does it?
Oh mate, thankfully I found my way around it, right? I take my headphones.
What's that?
Right?
AirPods.
Yeah, AirPods. When I do vacuuming, I just have my AirPods in, right? And I'm just in my own world, like usually, listening to the podcast or some music, right? I just find my space, right? Let's call it that way.
Can I just actually say, Rich's comment that was just up is absolutely spot on. Absolutely bang on the money. And why it's going to be so refreshing to have Thomas Frank. This is absolute facts. This is mic drop. This has been the issue. Obviously, the play, you go into it, but we've just been so obvious and so rigid and so open, whatever it is. That is a top comment, in my opinion.
I agree. It's been borderline boring.
So boring that you fucked off.
Bait potato. See you later. I'm sure we'll see him again in a minute.
I'll show you back in 2 seconds.
Were you talking about the team or us? All I heard was it's boring and he fucked off.
Yeah. I mean, the way that happened, that looked like someone pulled the plug out of the wall, but I'm not going to suggest anything. And so go on, Mike. You said how you're doing. You've had a stressful day. I must admit, you don't look as burnt as Dave, but you can see it's been heated. So go for it, mate. Whatever you got want to bring up.
No, man. I just want to join the discussion. Whatever you guys were talking about, I open. Listen. I think you were talking about the managers, right? Whether you prefer it if the manager adapts or has.
Obviously,
his
you
own
want
way,
the best
right?
of both worlds, but say, for instance, it's more one or the other. What are you going for?
For me, it's about adaptability. That's the way I look at it, right? For me, like especially against the teams that usually play the same way, right? Like, of course, teams do small little tweaks, right? Other than Ange Postecoglou's Tottenham, right? All the teams do small little tweaks, right? So you don't always face the same team playing exactly the same patterns and all that stuff, right? But usually you get the grasp of how the team wants to hurt you and how the team wants to defend, right? And I prefer managers that have their own way, let's call it, right? So imagine Frank plays 4-3-3 with us, right? Just for the sake of it, 4-3-3, right? And you have 3 midfielders, 3 attackers, 4 defenders, right? Sorry, Ange. I said Ange. I meant Frank, right? I'm still in the fucking. We are speaking so much about Ange that I got it into my head that it's always Ange, right? No. So basically, right, when Ange was playing with 4-3-3, right, it was always the same fucking way, right? Like 2 8s or 2 10s, 1 8, fucking 2 wingers on the touchline, right? 1 striker dropping deep, 2 wing backs cutting in, right? You always the same, right? And then opposition started looking at that. Listen, they are doing this. Let us employ these tactics to counter it, right? And he was never adapting, never doing anything to basically stop getting us bent over, right? I think what Frank will do, right? We will play 4-3-3, but one game it will be more like a double pivot and a 10, right? The other game it will be a single pivot and 2 8s, for example, right? One game we will play with a touchline winger like Odobert. The other game we will play with Son, but we won't ask Son to be a touchline winger, assuming Son stays, right? Or just for the sake of it. We won't ask Son to be a touchline winger if he's shit at being touchline winger. We will ask him to actually cut the side and do his job, right? This is what I want from my manager. I want my manager to look at the team, look at what tools he has, what tools the opposition manager has, and adapt accordingly, right? So you have your own way of playing, right? You have your own patterns of getting out of the back, right? And you have your own set piece routines and all that stuff, right? You have your philosophy on the team, but I want a manager to be adaptable. I want the manager to actually, as I said, look at our team and say, listen, I have this Pedro Porro guy, right? He looks like a fucking wicked overlapping wingback, right? The guy is deadly at crosses. He has a good shot on him. he's fast pacey, a lot of energy, right? How about I play him as an overlapping wing back, not a fucking inside wing back, whatever we were doing with him, right? I have this James Madison guy that looks like a classic 10 / shadow striker. How about I put him as close to the box as I can so he can score goals, right? Instead of putting him, as a number 6 collecting the ball from the back, right? Like, I want my manager to, look at the team, look at the strengths, and apply the tactic, right? That's how I want my manager. So in essence, like a bit of both words, basically what you said, Dan, right? Like, I want my manager to have a tactic, right? I don't want us to go like fucking 3 at the back, 4 at the back, 4-3-2-1, 4-2-2-2, like, fucking 4-3-2-1, like 3-4-3, 3-5-2, every single game different tactic, right? Because then players get confused and they struggle, right? But I want him to like do little tweaks or even like some bigger tweaks, but I want him to like use his brain, basically. Let's put it that
Michael,
way.
Right, yeah. Can I ask you, right? Do you feel like Pochettino was quite similar to Ange in the way that he set up? It was very rigid and would play the same tactics. Is it as simple as the difference really is the team?
Yeah, I think the quality was much different, right? That the quality of that Pochettino team, like I know we didn't win the league, right? But for 2 or 3 seasons, we are one of, if not the best team in the league, right? Other than Conte's Chelsea, possibly, right? And Leicester, that 1 year that they won, right? But where they, like, if you look at on paper, like, were they seriously player for player better than Spurs? Maybe, right? Maybe not. They won the league, we didn't, right? So, like, they were better, basically, right? But I think it's much different when you have a team like Pochettino did, and the league is much weaker, by the way, because league right now is, I kid you not,
it's as strong as it has been in a long time.
So basically, for me, like the top end, right? When you look at like 2010s with United, Chelsea, and Arsenal, and sometimes Liverpool, basically, like those 4 teams being the best in the league, right? They were best in the league and best in the world, possibly, right? But the whole rest was like average to shit, right? Right now, I don't think the top of the Premier League is as good as it was back then, but the whole other section is much, much higher, right?
Yeah.
I think if you take Crystal Palace out of the English league and put them in the Bundesliga, they are constantly fighting for Europe, right? That's how I look at it. I know plenty of people won't necessarily agree with that take. Maybe not Crystal Palace, take Bournemouth, Brighton, whoever, right? But I just think that middle of the pack is so dangerous that you cannot really like disregard them, right? You cannot really say, oh, I have this match against United in 2 weeks, let me rest everyone so I can play against United, because you play fucking Bournemouth away, and playing Bournemouth away is so tough, right? Like, listen, guys, we do shows, right, during the season, and I kid you not, especially last season, like, disregard the form, but especially last season, and even different like fans of different clubs, right? I go into a show and I hear, fuck me, we play Fulham away next week, right? This will be such a tough match, right? Like, next week, fuck me, boys, we play Brighton at home. This will be such a tough match, right? Next week, fuck me, boys, we play Forest away. This will be such a tough match, right? Like, you not, you have,
it's got to that point, isn't it? Yeah.
14 matches that are 14 teams.
Dad, before you go on, I've got to go have dinner and spend some time with wifey, so I'm going to let you go and carry on the show. Thanks for having me on, inviting me.
Mate, appreciate it.
Always when I can. David, see you soon. Ben, see you soon. Michael, I've hardly been able to speak to you recently, but big up and always good to see you. Everyone in the chat, have a wonderful weekend, whatever you're doing. I will end how I end everything, but I'm not going to say the leave one at the moment because I'm just focusing on other things. So I'll just say Thomas, Frank, Thomas, Frank, and then don't worry about a thing, because every little thing is going to be Gibbs-White. Don't worry. That's my thing for him.
Sorry, mate.
There you go. Every little thing is going to be Gibbs-White. That's my parting gift for you all. Have a great one, and yeah, fuck it, leave you out.
Love you, Brian.
Goodbye, Brian. Right, just big up on Super Chat quick when I click the button, right? Finn, much appreciated, mate. Adaptation, tactics, and rotation gain points. I totally agree. Frank isn't a psycho like Ange. It's simple. We won't have pointless injuries when Kulu was run ragged. I do agree with you, mate. And thanks a lot for the super chat. It's much appreciated. I mean, Mike, with what you've just said there, yeah, I've been saying this for a little while, and I agree with you. This is why I believe the Premier League is the best league in the world. Now, if you want to take the best teams in England at the moment, do they touch the best teams in Italy? Yes. Do they touch the best teams in Spain? No. Do they touch the best team in Germany? I still think Bayern Munich have got the capability to come over here and ride the league, basically, and have as much of a good shout as Liverpool as Man City. Do they touch the team in France at the moment? No, they don't.
Fuck no.
Yeah, you know. But the thing is, and this is what I've argued with a lot of people, and I'll still argue it all the way, yeah? You go to Germany, and Dortmund, Leverkusen have only just become big again after the previous 2 seasons they had, because before then they really have been a very up and down team as such, yeah. But in that aspect, you'd have someone like Munich, Dortmund, Leipzig.
Leverkusen.
They go and lose to they go and lose to St. Pauli, or Pauli, whatever they call themselves. Everyone's like, their jaws nearly hanging off, like, what the actual fuck just happened there? Even in Italy, it's a bit closer. Spain, Real Madrid, Atletico Madrid, or whoever, go and lose to their bottom, one of their bottom 2 teams. Everyone's like, they're shocked.
Yeah.
Someone loses to PSG in Spain. People are actually in shock. You go to other leagues, it's like, you go to the Premier League and you hear that even last season, Southampton go and do Liverpool. And Southampton was shit. You step back and you're like, wow. And then you shrug your shoulders. That's the Premier League. You get what maybe Southampton's a bit of a deep one for it, but you get where I'm coming from.
Like,
you're not gobsmacked when anything happens in the Premier League, whereas other leagues, you're like, fuck, how did Munich just lose to that?
Yeah, so like, for example, I think last season, I think Arsenal lost to, I think they lost Bournemouth away, right? 2-0. Saliba got sent off or something, right? But you look at that and you're like, yeah, okay, like fair enough. Plenty of teams lose against Bournemouth.
There's a bit of surprise, but you're not
whereas you go to, like, as you said, La Liga, right? And Real Madrid lose to fucking, I don't know, like fucking Real Zaragoza if they are in the La Liga, right? I don't watch La Liga, but I don't know, like Rayo Vallecano or fucking, you know, Real Valladolid, let's call it that way, right? They lose to them and it's like, fuck me, like, you know, this is unthinkable to happen, right?
Yeah.
Where I think the closest league to Premier League in that essence is Italian league, I think, because if you look at like, you have the 2 Milan teams, you have Napoli, Juventus, Roma, Lazio, Bologna, Atalanta, like all these teams are like, you know, some of them are a bit worse than others, right? But you have like 8 teams that basically always like shuffle with each other, and like those few teams under them, like Torino, Como, and other teams that aren't bad, right? Like Parma and other teams, right? So I think this is like the closest to what we have in England.
I agree.
Right? And again, like
the closest sort of system, isn't it? The closest sort of texture with each.
And again, like I don't think the football is the best in Premier League, right? I think Spanish teams play better football, right? In my humble
I think some
opinion.
Italian teams play better football.
Yeah, some Italian teams play better football. Yeah, on the eye it's better, right? But on like average quality of the team, I think the Premier League is the strongest, right? Where
it's got a bit of everything in it.
Yeah,
it's got pace, it's got power.
Yeah, it's mostly about
skill, a little bit. It's got everything.
Yeah, it looks like pace and power, basically, like at least in recent years, right? But like a lot of teams have that pace and power, right? And the money, by the way, the money in the Premier League is fact, right? Like not many people realize this, right? But fucking Brighton spent £200 million last summer, right? I don't know if people remember that, because everyone is saying about like X team and Y team spending this much money, right? And Chelsea and all that stuff. Brighton spent something like fucking 180 or something million pounds, right? Fucking Brighton, guys, like
Crystal Palace make more money than AC Milan, for God's sake, unless AC Milan have a bloody good run in the Champions League, and AC Milan ain't a good bloody team anymore. nothing to what they were. They were one of the most unique, one of the best. At one stage, they were one of the top dons. They were one of the best out there until Inter Milan overlapped and whatever.
And
else.
they have a 65,000 people stadium, right? When Crystal Palace have like 15k.
Yeah, and Palace and Fulham have ticket prices that are nearly 3 times the price of Italian, German, French, and everything else. And the Premier League can pull that shit. I mean, that's the other thing that's destroyed the economy in football as such. There's still money out there, but nothing touches the Premier League within a million miles, unless you go to Saudi Arabia. But that's just, that's we know where that one goes.
Can I bring in a question here from the comment from Spurs Game Boss 1 here? I know it weren't directly related to the direct conversation you was having, but obviously I'd like to get the comments involved. But it's a great question because I was thinking this myself, obviously with the signings we're making, Kulu and Madison. Will they both stay? I was already thinking that. So when I see this question come up, I thought it'd be great to get your free opinion on this. So thank you, Spurs Gang Boss. The question is, and I'll ask all three of you, question for the panel, Kulu and Madison, one has to go. Who and why?
Can I chime in first? Everyone all right?
Yeah, go for it.
Quite lovely. So Kulu and Madison. Right. The problem you've got with Kulu is for 6 months of the season, he's our best player. Yeah, the last 2 seasons, that's what I felt like. The other 6 months, he completely disappears. I have no idea why. He's done it for 2 seasons in a row now, and it infuriates me. And then you've got a player like Madison. Now, Madison is seriously injury prone. He's had 2 big injuries that's cost him a lot of games. But I do think the difference between the two is, on their day, I believe Madison is more effective. So, and again, it might be an unpopular opinion, but I'd probably ditch Kulu. I don't know where you lot stand on that, but that's my 2 cents.
Mike?
Oh, it's hard. I think Madison is a better player right now, but it's really strange. you know what would be easier if you ask me, do I want them for the next season or next 3 years? If you said next season, I would say Madison. If you said next 3 years, I would say Kulusevski, right? Because like Madison, I think Madison's ceiling is fucking phenomenal, right? When this guy is on it and he's like fully fit and he plays in a good system, like like everything works for him, he's fucking wicked, right, as a player. But his floor is basically being injured for a third of the season, right?
he ain't got a floor, he's got a fucking cellar.
Yeah, basically, right? But with Kulu, I think Kulu is like hugely disrespected by parts of the fan base, right? Because
I agree.
I don't think he's the greatest thing since sliced bread or whatever, right? But when I look at him play, I see like a good player in him, right? I see that he can like drive with the ball, and he is like I don't want to say that he excites me, right? But there are some moments when he plays and he just barges a defender off and fucking whips one in, right? And I'm like, yeah, this is the guy I want to see, right? And the only like issue I have, especially like last season, we played him for fucking 40 games straight, 90 minutes every single fucking game, right? For 40 games. And I just think the guy burnt out and then got injured, right? And this was season over for him pretty much, right? So like, I don't know. I think I would keep Madison and sell Kulu, but it's like 50 to 48% for me, right? Like, if we did it the other way around, I wouldn't mind at all. Yeah, right.
Yeah, so with my manager's head on, I think Michael touched on it there. I'd have Kulusevski. If I'm looking long term ahead, I think Kulusevski covers a different set of roles. He's not just one position. And also, I think with Kulusevski, I never get the impression with him that he's not trying his best. Madison, I get the impression with him every now and again that he's not up for it today. and I don't
He's a
want
little
that
bit.
in my
Like I
squad.
said, he's a little bitch on the pitch at times, isn't he?
Yeah, but both at their best, I totally agree with Michael. Both at their best, you'd have Madison. But unfortunately, his consistency to get to that level is not there. Therefore, Kulusevski offers me more consistency over a longer period. If I'm a manager, I'd have Kulusevski. Plus, as a bonus, he can play in multiple positions. But I'm not saying before anyone in the chat gives me crap, because I know I've said a couple of controversial comments tonight. I'm not saying Kulusevski is better than Madison. I am saying that if I was a manager, I would rather have Kulusevski in my squad out of the two.
You're thinking long term, basically.
Yeah, and it also comes down to, again, people play football differently. All us four could sit here and watch a game, and I guarantee I see things in that game that you three don't. But then I guarantee that all three of you go and see things that the rest of us don't see, and that is the beauty of football. And then there'd be something happens that two of us spot it, two of us don't, and there'd be a massive debate over it. Okay, there ain't going to be no beers getting thrown anywhere, depending where you are, that is. And yeah, the thing is, the way I would be playing, I need Madison more than I need Kulu, because I need my playmaker. I need a playmaker in that team, whether I'm going to have him as a deep line playmaker from centre mid, or I'm going to have a deep line, or I'm going to have a high line playmaker as a number 10. The thing I tried telling everyone for nearly a fucking year, and it took about 8 months of that before people actually started agreeing with me, was that Kulu ain't a winger, and he ain't really even an inside forward. He's an attacking midfield central or shadow striker. The amount of people that call me crazy for it. I mean, I even had one person on here tell me he's never played as a number 10 and everything else in that. And then about 2 months down the line, started preaching about how he's like, yeah, he's definitely a 10 and this and that, and he's done it. And I'm like, you didn't even fucking know it until I told you. But we do have people like that on it. And it wasn't none of our regular lot, by the way. And again, it depends how you want to play. I mean, I think we actually saw the best out of Kulu when he played centre mid last season. I think that's where we actually saw the best out of him. And I didn't know he could handle a centre mid position, yeah? And he is a more versatile player in where you can play him in that. I mean, Madison, I suppose you could play him central, but 10 up front is his best. You can even put him on the left like they do for England and put him as an out-wide playmaker sort of thing. And I do think Kulusevski does get some deserved shit, but I think he gets a lot of excess shit as well. Because I think he's better than some people give him credit for. But he is inconsistent, and he is quite slow with the ball. And do you know what the other annoying thing about Kulusevski is? People go on about how slow he is, yeah? Yeah, he's not. If you was actually to put him on, 100 meters, there's actually quite a few players on that pitch that he overlaps. It's just it takes him 50, 60 meters to actually get to his pace, basically. And when you're playing football, that ain't good. You're better off someone who's not really that fast, but they're bloody quick. Do you get what I mean? Like, there's difference between quick and actual fast as such. And on the pitch, I feel you need to be more quick than fast. And it is a tricky one. It just depends how you want to play it. I think Kulu is better than people give him credit for. He does give the ball away a lot. I mean, Sam just said it right there. He does. But then Madison does get slapped about like a little bitch, basically, and then gets the ump as well. Kulu don't really get... He's definitely got more physicality to him. I suppose it does depend on what you want to do. But I'm keeping Madison for the sheer fact that I need my playmaker on that pitch. I need my man to make things happen. And Kulu isn't... And Kulu ain't the man to do that for me. But I do feel he gets a lot of shit, excess shit, to what he deserves as such. But then there is a lot of times where you can sit there and he deserves the crap he gets as well. I think you can say that with a lot of players. I mean, some would say that with Johnson, that he gets too much shit. No, he don't. For me, he scores the tap-ins. I don't care how you score the goals. They go in and everything brilliant. But the rest of the game, I think he's absolutely crap. Can't dribble, can't pass. Quickest, slowest player I've ever bloody seen. Can't really cross the ball. When I say he can't head, I'll just leave it at that. And he don't get back on himself. Or no, I just think I do not rate him. But maybe Frank's going to be able to get something out of him and play him in the middle. It's just Yeah, for me, I've got to keep Madison because I desperately need that playmaker the way I would be playing football. I would be playing with a 3-4-1-2 basically, or 5-2-2-1, or 5-2-1-2, whatever you want to call it. Some people call it 5-4, whatever. But I'll be playing with 3 at the back and wing backs out of choice. I mean, need a playmaker.
People are making a good point below. I keep seeing it pop up, to be fair. Kulu is very, very, very one-footed as well.
Oh, without a doubt.
Problem.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it is true. But then when you actually see him have a little bit of space, he does get better.
But then also, are we under the premise here that this is when Morgan Gibbs-White comes? I'm guessing, right? Because I'm assuming that's what the question was. Assuming Morgan Gibbs-White comes.
Just to go to super chat quick, bite my own fucking tongue off again. I mean, it's almost still bleeding from the other day, the amount of times I had to say Morgan Gibbs-White and not say Morgan Freeman at the same time and everything. My tongue still fucking hurts. I mean, why can't people have simple names? Why you got to have 2 bloody surnames? But anyway, Faz, much appreciated.
You can talk with that, Dan.
We need depth in the squad. Keep Kulu and Mada big up. Big up to you too, mate. It's much appreciated. I don't think it'd do no harm us keeping both of them. I think there's significant players I'd rather see the back of. Yeah. I mean, I'd rather keep Kulu than Odebert, that's for sure. And I think if I had to have the choice between Tell and Kulusevski, I'm keeping Kulusevski. Tell has done nothing as yet to preach anything to me that he's worth 5 million, let alone bloody 45 million.
I think we will keep both. I just when the comment popped up.
No, it's a fair question. It's an ifs and buts.
It was a good hypothetical question. I thought bring someone in from the comments. Great question. What would be your answer from it? I'm not necessarily saying it would happen, but it was a great question from the comments. And keep them questions coming in, people.
It was
silence.
A question. Yeah, it's because I keep having to press mute because otherwise you hear that all the time because I'm on the bloody laptop. And do you know what? Use it when you're used to using a mouse, like even just an old school mouse, and you have to go back to a bloody keyboard and you're just bloody doing that all the time on your frustration is an understatement. But it is a good question, but it also depends on how you want to play the football. And you can get 4 different people there that will play football 4 total different ways. It's just I do think Kulu gets more crap than he basically deserves.
Do we not think if Gibbs comes in, one of them genuinely needs to go? No, because that's a lot of the same position there, isn't it, really?
Well, if Gibbs comes in, I'd rather see the back of Basuma. And people know that I rate Basuma, but he just hasn't done it. And his attitude does let him down a bit as well. I mean, for fuck's sake, he got caught dribbling out a car window with a bit of gear in his hand, for God's sake. And, yeah.
But it's not a like for like, though, really, is it? That's the problem.
But it is actually. I mean, Morgan Gibbs-White does play as an attacking box-to-box and plays as a 10. So that's what Basuma's best at, a box-to-box, attacking box-to-box as such. So you could say it's one for the other. And we have got Champions League, we have got Premier League, we have got League Cup, and we've got FA Cup. So we are going to need some depth in that team.
Yes, true. And injuries, of course.
You know, and I think I'd rather have a Kulu and have a choice of playing him in the middle if I had to than playing a fucking Archie Gray there. But that's another story. Just a good job Ian's on holiday, isn't it? Or just coming back on the plane. And, I mean, it's like other players we got as well. I mean, White, what do you think is going to happen with Johnson? Because I know you don't rate him too highly either.
That's putting it lightly.
Yes. I mean, no one slates him quite like Dietrich, but go on.
Beetlejuice, right? No, man. Johnson. I think he will be like a rotation slash bench player. I think Kudus is coming to take that right wing spot, right? And I predict us to play with 3 up top, right? With 2 wingers and a striker. So yeah,
4-2-3-1, 4-3-3 sort of thing.
Yeah, or even 3-4-3, right? I just don't think Frank will play 3-5-2. I don't think we necessarily have like. I guess you could play like Solanke Johnson or Solanke Tell, like Tell Son, something like that, right? That doesn't convince me too much, right? No. I think he will stick with three up top. So I think Kudus will be the starting right winger. But I think kind of when I was watching Johnson last season, I caught myself saying plenty of times that he would be better off the bench, right? Because I don't think the guy has stamina to play 90 minutes, right? Whenever I watched Johnson, like after 45 to 60 minutes, he was bent out usually, right? like his work rate is also questionable, but even like ignoring that, he wasn't the most like stamina heavy guy, right? So
and I get it with the burnt out bit as well.
Yeah, I think he would the off the bench role and sometimes the striker role would actually kind of suit him. That's the way I see it, right? Especially, I think, especially if we have like a lead. I know you called him like the slowest fast guy ever, right? But he isn't actually like slow or anything, right? It's just that he doesn't like sprint at 100% most often, right?
And he can't take his man on because he gets a kiss blown at him
but when we
floor like a sack of shit.
When we are on the counter and someone else is carrying the ball on the left side, and he just has to bolt it to the box.
Yeah,
and I think he kind of looks useful.
I get where you're coming from.
Right. So I think that role will kind of suit him. That's at least the way I look at it, right?
Do you look at it?
We won't sell him. We won't sell him definitely, but I will say that off the bat, right? We won't be selling him this summer.
I do agree in what you're saying. Like, he does his thing and then he just evaporates, basically. I mean, you say he looks burnt out after 45 minutes. By the time he gets to 90, he looks like he's been bent over, for fuck's sake. I just don't rate
analogy there, mate.
I ain't too great at them. People know that, so I just say my shit. And
Love it.
And he does come off limping at times as well. But then so did most of that team. And I question it, Mike, in the aspect of I don't rate Solanke very highly either. But do you think them two could work together as a poor man's Heskey and Owen? Have one player's more the target man, one player's more of the little fox in the box, quicker, getting their poacher, basically. Now, I'm not saying they're on the same standards, but I'm relating it to it as that's why I say a poor man sort of thing.
Yeah, so like fucking
poor man's, I mean like
hobo under the bridge in a fucking carton house, like something like that, right? Version of poor man's. Then like I guess.
Do you think that could work for them too?
If we were to play two up top and Son stays, I think Son and Solanke would work quite nicely, right? But you asked about Solanke and Johnson. I'm not sure. Like, I think if you play like this one tall, like Lukaku and Martinez, right? These for me are the modern version of a two up top, like the best version, right? We've seen as a like classic two up top. You have one guy that is a fucking tank, right? And is the guy scoring headers and fighting with basically a Heskey, right? And you have Lautaro Martinez, who is the speedy guy that has a bit of creativity about him, right? And a bit of flair.
Yeah.
I just think Johnson lacks the flair and lacks the passing and all that stuff. Like, I think if you play two up top, one of the guys needs to be not a false nine, but he needs to be like a bit creative and he needs to play like off the big guy, right? And I don't think Solanke is big enough to be the big guy and strong enough to be the big guy. And I don't think Johnson is creative enough to be the like false nine creative guy. That's the way I see it, right?
I don't rate him as creative either. I mean, fucking hell, you might as well give him crayons and a bit of paper for how creative I think the fella is. But I just really don't rate him. I mean, Ben, what do you reckon on that one?
Or Solanke and Johnson. Look, mate, do you know what? To be fair, I actually think I actually think Solanke gets a bit disrespected. I really do. Right, okay, so let me throw this at you. I think Brian made this point yesterday, right? So first off, I will start with this. The man got 20 Premier League goals the season before last, playing for Bournemouth. That is no easy feat. Okay, listen, I know he's had a shit career up until Bournemouth. I'm well aware of this. But if anything, it shows you he's capable. Now, with that mentioned, and again, I will say, Brian did say something about this yesterday. I think it was yesterday or maybe the other day. I'm not sure. Anywho, he's not been used in the right way. I mean, for the most part...
I can go with that.
Yeah, so for the most part, he's been playing CDM for most of his Tottenham career under Ange. I mean, you are seeing him down near at the halfway line most of the time on a defensive. And, you know, he does look, he's not the slowest striker in the world, but he ain't got the legs to be sort of running up and down and really getting into those danger areas whilst he sort of had to come back.
I mean, he was having to come all the way back.
Exactly.
And he's a bloody striker.
And it's not his natural game. He wasn't really doing that at Bournemouth. I mean, he would do some, don't get me wrong. But it's not his natural game. He is a bit of a fox in the box. And the goals I saw at Bournemouth, he was a bit of a fox in the box. So, and you know, another thing, I know it's a bit, he was really good at heading as well in his Bournemouth day. I mean, real good. He scored some.
He didn't score that many, but he scored good goals when he was in the air.
They were great. So my point is, I feel like, listen, you can't knock his drive, his motivation, and the amount, the effort he puts in game is second to fucking none. It's Pedro Porro level. So I just think, with that being said, I feel like he's a little bit disrespectful. I think we need to I think this season, because that interview that Frank gave, he specifically mentioned, you know, I think we can get Solanke scoring even more goals. I am really, really quite positive about it. I think he's going to do really well this season. So I know
think I'll back you up, Ben, on that as well. I think Solanke would do better under Frank than he did under Ange.
Yeah, I think all our players will.
Yeah, I think they are not doing it really.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, in that answer, I think you can back anyone up. Like, I think pretty much everyone's going to. About the only one that might not stand out as much is Van der Ven, and that's only because he ain't having to run from the fucking halfway line back to the fucking goal line every 5 minutes. But then for that bit, I think Ange might have already ruined the poor fella's career. You know what I mean? I mean, his hamstrings are already cooked. You know, like, yeah. I mean, to the point, like a bit of bacon when you leave it in the cooker in the thing too long and it goes crispy, for God's sake. But
listen, we got
Go another question. Yeah, go for it, Dave.
Another question from the chat. Keep them coming, people. Want to get you involved. So you three, try and keep this answer a little bit quicker so we can get through a few. But question: in terms of youth and loans, would you send a couple like Phillips, Abbott, Donnelly to West Brom with Mason and 4 Gray? So let's say Phillips, Abbott, Donnelly, Mason. Not Mason, Gray. To the Championship or possibly abroad to maybe Bundesliga Holland. So I'll simplify the question. Phillips, Abbott, Donnelly, Gray. Out of those 4, which ones you sending on loan and which ones you keeping for the squad this season? Thank you, Finn McCullum. McCullum. No, sorry. Finn McMullen. Sorry.
I don't even try and pronounce half the bloody word. I bite my tongue off. I'm terrible. But go on. Whoever wants.
I'll go real quick if you want. Don't really care about Abbott or Donnelly, if I'm brutally honest with you. But I mean, if I had to choose, Phillips, Abbott, and Donnelly would go out. However, I feel like Gray has to absolutely stay. I feel like he has to be primed and ready for your Carabao Cup games, the FA Cup games. So I would absolutely loan out the aforementioned 3. I would absolutely get rid and get him a bit more experience. But Gray, I would 100% keep at the club. I do think we'll see more from him. So
fair enough, Mike.
I will start with Gray. I think we should keep him either at the club or send him out on loan, but in England, because if he keep him in England, I don't quite remember the ruling, but if we keep him for long enough in England, he becomes club trained, right? So basically, you have to have the player for at least 3 years, either at your club, or you can loan them to other English clubs. I think it worked like that, right? And if you keep them like that for 3 years connected to your club, then they become club trained, and we are really fucked on the club trained part of our squad, right? So, I would send Gray possibly to Championship, because I don't think any Premier League clubs will take him and give him enough game time, right? Or keep him at the club, if we find game time for him. And with others, like with younger ones, like Abbott, Donnelly, Devine, fucking Vuskovic, like all of the promising Lancashire, every single one of them, I would just find loans for them. If you don't plan to use them in the first squad, just find loans, keep developing them. Championship, League One, like whatever. Even some of them abroad, like Divine, for example. Just you know, all the kids from our academy, just find them places where they actually get to play the fucking game, right? Because if we want to send them out to, I don't know, let's say we send out Lancashire to fucking Burnley, right, who just got promoted. Like, I would be surprised if he got 1 or 2 games throughout the whole season, right, playing for Burnley. That will be fighting to stay up, right? But if you send Lancashire to, I don't know, like Hull City or fucking, I don't know who is down there at the bottom of the Championship, Stoke City or something like that, right? Or Preston North End. If you send them there, then, you know, they have a chance to actually play the game instead of just, you know, sitting on the bench, right? Because then you waste their career. Like, if you are 17, 18, 16, all you need is game time. You just need to develop your game and actually find out if you are good at the game, right? And you won't be doing that sitting on bench, either at our club or any different club, right?
No, I agree with that one totally. I mean, the amount of times I've had this fucking debate now about Gray, you just
love him, don't you, mate?
It's just here we go again. Like I said, just thank God Ian's on a bloody plane. And and with that, I mean, it's even the point of, are we even going to keep Phillips and that? I mean, does he even look like he's going to play for us or whatever? And that, I think most of them just need to go out on loan. I mean, every one of them you said needs to go out on loan. And then for me, I can understand why someone would say hang on to Archie Gray, because of the aspect he has covered centre back, he has covered right back, and he gets credit for it because he covered what he had to cover. But if he would have been a right back, a natural right back or centre back, he would have actually got stick for the majority of the way he played. But then with someone like that, I will give him leeway in the aspect of experience. But apart from that, I'll give him no leeway on the pitch because you're getting paid 75 grand for fuck's sake, and you're in that 11, so you should be bloody good enough. I don't care if you're 18 or bloody 80. And I just think for Gray, personally, I could understand why we keep him, but why is he going to want to stay for a season to play the odd game here and there against Plymouth or something like that, or Coventry, even though Coventry nearly destroyed us, and then maybe be lucky. I mean, he ain't even going to get in that Champions League team at any stage unless there's injuries. And I just think you get more progression out of a player when you go and see him play for 30 games, basically, consistently. I mean, you can do that in the contract where you put him out on loan, right? As long as he's not injured, I don't care how shit he's playing. He plays 75% of the games, or you take him straight back. I just think to improve, which I think he can do, he needs to go on loan, and he needs to see consistent football. And I just don't think, name me a Premier League team that he's actually got the quality to be in the starting 11 in a centre mid, which is his position. And if we get Morgan Gibbs-White, he's now number 6 or 7th in the picking for bloody centre mid. So do the fella a favour and stick him out on loan, for God's sake, so he can progress as a person. But then there's other people who've got the opinion of keep him there, round the players and everything else, and it will progress him as well. I just don't understand. I just don't get how 5 minutes here, 20 minutes there, and a game against Plymouth does you any favours. That's just my opinion with that one. And the debates that everyone knows that we've had with certain people over this get heated usually. So it's just opinionated at the end of the day. But I think that one's just bloody obvious. He needs to go on loan, the poor fella. He needs to. I mean, don't you reckon that's better off for him, Ben, sticking him on loan so he gets consistent football?
Well, you know what, to be fair, brother.
I mean, maybe if he's lucky, he'll play Charlton.
No, look, he said himself. No, he said himself, didn't he, that he wasn't expecting to play many games. So he's a sensible lad. He's not pushing in any way, shape, form. But it's really difficult with him because I do feel like he's got something. I feel like he's been hard done by playing at centre back for a large majority of the time he's played. And I wonder if that's going to be detrimental to his development, because really and truly, you know, being thrown into that position, a position you're not really familiar with, and I know he's played right back as well, and he's done that previously. I get it, but from what I remember, he played most of the season at fucking centre back. You know, in the Premier
centre
League,
back and right back. But that's what he done at Leeds the season before. He was a bloody right back as well for 3/4 of it.
He weren't doing centre back though, was he? Like, because there was a good
and credit
2 or 3
where it's
months
due.
there.
He covered his position respectable for his quality.
No, it's a real tough one, mate. I mean, I personally think there's going to be a lot more to come from that boy. I love his mentality is brilliant. His willingness to learn is fantastic, and you know, he's got talent. I just think, I mean, yeah, you are right. He does need game time, but for some strange reason in the back of my mind, I just don't want him to go, mate. I would rather have him for, say, I don't know, 10, 15 games of a season, you know, playing in those cups. I just feel like it would
do you
benefit.
think he's even going to get that? When he's got other
I
players
hope
there
so.
like Bergvall, when he's got other players there like Papa Sarr, when he's got other players there like Bentancur, and then you're also going to have like Madison, Morgan Gibbs, and you're also going to have Kulusevski who can cover the middle as well. Is he even going to get a look in over those people?
I think his direct rival, if you can call it that, is probably Sarr, because obviously Bergvall is more of an out and out kind of, you know, box to box, whereas whereas Gray, I feel like is more of that sit and hold kind of player. So a bit like
he just
Sarr.
ain't got the physicality for it though either. He's another one you'd slap round the face for a wet fish.
No, you're right. You're right, mate. No, look, I suppose what you boys are saying makes absolute sense. You know, the more they play, the better. Personally, if I okay, here we go. If I had to loan him out, it'd have to be to a low end Premier League team. That would be the ideal situation.
I just can't see him getting in any Premier League first team.
Or even the ones that have just come up.
Yeah, not as a centre mid.
Really?
Yeah, because I think they will bank on experience, these teams, right? I think these teams would rather have a 30-year-old that been there, done that, than you know, just allow to have a 17-year-old in the midfield that can possibly fuck up their season, right? And then they go down, and you know, like they will probably go down anyways. But you know, I just find it hard to believe they will actually go for you know, for a player like him. I think they will try to get as much experience as they can. Yeah, especially as a six, right? Especially as a six, because if he was a winger or something, and you know, like I could see Sunderland going for like Mikey Moore just as a like, you know, a punt or something, right? Because if he works out, then great, he's a winger. If not, you have plenty of wingers at your club, right? But it's just about the position. Like number 6 is like the heartbeat of the team, right? If the heartbeat doesn't work, then the whole team just fucking collapses, right? So
no, I agree with that. Right, I'm going to wrap it up there because I'm shattered and I've got to get up at 7 o'clock in the morning, and we've got to go to bloody Newcastle and back, which is 2.5-hour drive there and back. So I just want to say a very big thank you to obviously you, Ben, for sending that on there. You don't have to, mate. It's much appreciated.
Anything.
And Daniel Field, thanks for the super sticker, mate. Much appreciated. Finn, thank you very much. Again, much appreciated, fella. And Faz as well. Thanks for your generous, mate. It's appreciated. And where did that other one go? Where's the other one gone? There was a massive one on it.
£19 one, from
where's that from?
Rob something. Hold on a minute, I'm sure. Patrick McCory.
Yeah, from Patrick. I don't know where it's gone. It's not on Stard all of a sudden. I don't know. It just happens sometimes. They fall out. But again, Patrick, very generous, mate. Much appreciated. Only other thing I'll ask quickly. Well, I'll ask you quickly, Dave. I'm sure we're going to be seeing you on here a lot more.
Yeah, I'll be on here as much as I'm on Tinder. Come on.
Well, just go meet up with Alex and maybe go out on the pool together. I'm sure you two will be a good piss up to watch.
He's too box office for me.
Yeah. Too box to box, yeah. And
I need a deep line playmaker when I go out pulling the women. I'll knock them in.
Fuck me, that
All
sounded nerdy as shit.
You know what I mean? That was terrible.
If you don't know, get to know.
And Ben, I'm sure we're going to see you on here a lot more as well, mate. You know you're going to be on here a lot more. Thanks for coming on. Thanks from Brian as well and James. Mike, great to see you again. Are we actually going to see you about anywhere? I mean, I thought you changed your fucking phone number, for God's sake.
Nah, man. It's like I said it to Sava on his show yesterday, right? That I was so burnt out after last season that I had to take a break from football. Like, I kid you not, because like, man, usually after the season, I'm like, I have to watch some shows, like, get into the transfers and all that stuff, right? And nothing was fucking happening with Spurs, right? So when the Europa League excitement died down, right, I was like, fuck this, man. I'm not participating in anything, right? I'm taking a break from like football, YouTube and all that stuff, right? But I kid you not, that Kudus and hopefully Morgan Gibbs-White transfers got me excited a bit again. And actually, like, the difference is like I'm working now and, I have a lot of stuff to do regarding the wedding and all that stuff, right? So I don't really have time during the week. 12 months still, right? But I have it on 20th of June 2026, right? But
12 months seems like you got time.
How long have you been? How long have you been with your missus for?
5.5 years. Now.
Do you regularly tell her? Yes, there's piękna.
Yes, I do. Someone worked with Poles.
You could even tell with the accent there. Fair play.
But by the way, it meant you are beautiful for those who don't speak, Polish.
Well, it sounds
which is most of us, right?
You know what? The last I'll say on that is I agree with you. I mean, but the thing that really fucked me over last season was the fact that we actually won a cup. And I was happy that we'd won it, but I wasn't glorified. I wasn't right. I mean, when we got into that Champions League final, the whole street literally heard me scream. I mean, this is no exaggeration. I had my mother on her last legs in the bloody bed in the other room, and I woke her up, for God's sake.
Mate, like,
when you couldn't have woke her up if you did, and then go on.
Honestly, the season was so shit, right? That this Europa League should have been a cherry on top, right? It should have been like we got fucking, top 6, we were respectable in the league and all that stuff, right? Instead, we are so fucking dreadful in the league, right? Like, trust me, guys, like I was this close to depression with my own life during that season.
You know what?
Then I had fucking Spurs every 3 days. Bending me over and road dogging me, right? Like, fuck me, like it was such a pain to watch us play, right? And then the Europa League final happened, right? And I was like super excited for a week, but then the excitement died down, and I remember that we got defeated 22 times in the league, right? In that season. So I was like, fuck me, man. Suck, Ange.
No.
Fucking reset. Like,
Mike, I can relate to it because I'd already cut off from January. When I saw we were keeping him, I'd already cut off. But I did keep telling everyone, I think he's going to do us that cup. And I had other reasons for it as well, because finishing 17th and winning the fucking Europa Cup is just so Spursy. It's unbelievable. And that's what I kept telling everyone. I think we will do this cup. And it's just, after January, I'd already sanctioned it. Yeah, I still had the ump with games. I was still watching them. But even when we were scoring goals, for the first time in my entire life, I was sitting there watching the game and I'm like, I really don't care. And when we was conceding goals, I'm sitting there just like, same Spurs, different. I for the first time in my life, I actually lost my love, my passion for football. I actually lost it. It destroyed me that much. Now, I don't want to turn this into a let's get the rope out thing and that, but it had that effect on me as well, to the point where it was like, right, I'm purely going on someone's channel now after a show to just let my steam off on how shit this team is, basically, and just repeat myself over and over again, because it was just the same shit, different day, different week, same spurt. And it burnt me out totally as well, to the point where I stopped even doing I wasn't even really that interested. I just...
My fiance,
I genuinely just didn't care.
Mate, my fiance was like, after every single show, right? She was like, "Why the fuck are you talking about the same thing for like 8th month in a row?" Right? It's like,
can we take away his privileges for the fucking chat messages, mate? What is wrong with you, Chief? What? I've been seeing this shit all night, mate. Is that your missus or something? Fucking Christ.
Well, she plays her cards right. She could be my new little attacking midfielder. What are we going on here, Lisa?
fuck
Yeah,
you,
I
man.
think if you need
Right.
if you need to chat them up properly, you need a bit of help off Alex and that. You two would be a team. No, it'd be like an Emil Heskey and an Emil Heskey. With that, it's Mike. I'm with you 100%, mate. It just got to the end of the season where I just didn't give a fuck. We won the cup, and I wasn't even necessarily. I had that little bit of happiness in me, but the fact that we won the cup and I fell on my knees, not out of oh my god, we just won a cup. It was more out of just thank fuck, that's it, and the season's over, sort of thing. And at least we've got Champions League. And I was more relieved that we'd won the cup than going off my head happy. And all right, I came on here, I'd had a drink and that, I chilled out a bit. I was happy that we'd done it and that. But at that moment in time when we won it, I shouldn't have been relieved. I should have been happy. I should have been over the moon. And I lost my passion for football last season. It was painful.
It was do or die for the fucking club. Like this, let's be honest with ourselves, right? If we lost that fucking final, right? I don't know where we would be as a club right now.
Like, we're just lucky Man U didn't turn up because we didn't fucking turn up either. You know, but that's all done and dusted now. That's all out the way. We can look positive now because now we're getting these signings in. Because if you'd have asked me 5 days ago, Mike, what would I have said other than transfers, different transfer window and everything? And now we've got them 2 signings. We know some knowledge what's going on at the club. We've got a decent coach who, to some people, I can understand it seemed a step sideways, but we won't. I think he is one of the best managers, coaches we could get to play with what he is given from the way Levy treats the club as such. And I'm actually positive about next season now. I'll even say I'm intrigued about it. I'm not excited. I'm very happy with the players that we've got, but I'm not quite excited yet. I don't really get that with Spurs anymore because I usually don't. It just don't last. But I'm actually intrigued and looking forward to next season now and wanting to watch some football again. Whereas by the end of last season, I just didn't want to fucking know anymore. So hopefully we'll see you on here a bit more again, Mike, when you've got your energy and your heart back and you've got some time and that. Other 2, thanks for coming on. Everyone, super chats, thanks for watching. Much appreciated. And we will be catching up with you again soon. Have a good night and a good Sunday. See you later, everyone.
See you on Tinder, ladies.
I'm gonna turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down. Turn it up and then I'm gonna take it down.